Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, selamat pagi, salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. Kita berjumpa sekali lagi untuk program khas Dialog TVS dan hari ini kita bermula awal. Masih lagi bersama dengan saya Najib Imran
dan saya Karun Sagasnon.
Dan hari ini buat julung-julung kalinya TVS ataupun TVSarawak ini akan mengadakan satu siaran khas lintas langsung bersempena dengan pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025 ataupun Opening of Legal Year Sabah dan Sarawak 2025.
Kita panggil lebih dikenali sebagai OLISS.
OLISS itu singkatan yang akan gunakan sepanjang siaran langsung pada hari ini.
Betul.
Dan kita akan mengadakan siaran langsung ini terus dari Hikmah Exchange Satok. Kita akan berkongsi dengan anda, membawakan kepada anda siaran langsung persidangan ini. Dan persediaan kita untuk persidangan ini dari pihak TVS Nisa cukup banyak juga. Selain daripada kita berbicara dengan penganjur berkenaan dengan persidangan ini, kita juga memastikan satu liputan yang lengkap. Dan pagi ini seperti yang telah kita sedia maklum, mungkin ada yang antara anda yang mungkin biasa dengan persidangan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak ini, antara yang akan intipatinya ialah perarakan, Nisa.
Betul, perarakan
berlangsung sebentar saja lagi.
Betul, perarakan yang dikabarkan akan bermula di Old Court House dan akan berarak sepanjang jalan menuju ke HEEC ini. Najib, dan seterusnya akan diadakan persidangan mahkamah terbuka. Menariknya, perarakan ini disertai oleh para pengamal-pengamal undang-undang negara. Najib.
Jadi ini saya kira baik untuk kita, Nisa. Saya sendiri belum pernah terlibat dengan persidangan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak ini, dan tahun ini merupakan tahun yang pertama juga untuk kita terlibat. Walau kita tidak berhasrat untuk menjadi peguam segera dengan berpakaian sebegini rupa, sekadar untuk mengikut tema sahaja.
Dan kepada anda terus setia bersama kami, kerana sebenarnya kita akan membawakan secara langsung perjalanan majlis ini, OLISS ini, dan pastinya kita akan membawakan laporan terkini daripada Mukri Aziz di Old Court House nanti, sekiranya beliau sudah telah bersedia. Kita juga akan bawakan kepada anda perbincangan. Mungkin kita akan melihat apakah sejarah kenapa majlis ini diadakan bersama dengan tetamu-tetamu jemputan kita, Najib.
Dan buat pengetahuan semua, di Kuching ketika ini agak suram. Cuaca agak suram.
Ini hujan rahmat pada pagi Jumaat.
Hujan rahmat, alhamdulillah. Jadi kita sedang menantikan
isyarat
confirmation berkenaan dengan perarakan itu, sama ada ianya boleh dilakukan sebentar saja lagi. Tapi kemungkinan besar hujan pun sudah semakin reda. Kita jangkakan akan dimulakan perarakan sebentar saja lagi.
Seawal jam 7 pagi dimaklumkan.
Jam 7 pagi dimaklumkan. Dan seperti yang telah dikongsikan oleh Nisa tadi, kita juga ada rakan setugas yang telah kita berada di lokasi perarakan. Kita cuba untuk mendapatkan Mukri Aziz, tetapi disebabkan keadaan cuaca
kita masih menunggu isyarat.
Kita masih menunggu isyarat.
Kepada anda terus setia bersama kami, kerana kami membawakan kepada anda secara langsung ini bukan sahaja di saluran 122 tapi juga di semua platform media sosial kami. Dan pastinya kita akan berhenti rehat seketika, Najib, dan kita akan kembali selepas ini. Kepada anda terus setia bersama kami kerana kami akan membawakan kepada anda secara langsung Majlis Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah Sarawak 2025 ini secara langsung kepada anda. Terus setia bersama kami. Kita berhenti rehat seketika, kembali selepas ini.
Mamalah ibu.
Baik, bertemu kembali dalam dialog TVS khas sempena Majlis Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025. Cukup istimewa kali ini. Najib, dialog TVS bersiaran pada seawal pagi 6.45 pagi kita
cukup
telah
awal pagi ni.
bersiaran dan sempena Oli SS ini. Dan mungkin suka juga saya ingin kongsikan apa sebenarnya yang boleh kita jangkakan untuk sepanjang siaran langsung ini berjalan, di mana kita akan jangkakan sebentar saja lagi, kira-kira jam 7 pagi, di mana akan berlangsungnya perarakan para pengamal undang-undang daripada All Court House, dan seterusnya dijangka kira-kira jam 7.30 pagi ataupun lebih sikit akan tiba di HEEC ini, dan seterusnya akan berlangsungnya. Ini yang menariknya sebenarnya, Najib, untuk kita saksikan, paparkan kepada umum persidangan mahkamah terbuka secara langsung kita bawakan kepada penonton di rumah. Dan untuk kita
terus saja
ya,
kita bersama dengan rakan setugas kita sekarang ini yang sedang meninjau keadaan di kawasan perarakan, Nisa, di Old Court House. Bermulanya perarakan pada pagi ini. Jadi kita terus saja bersama dengan rakan setugas Mukri Aziz di sana. Mukri, silakan.
Baik, terima kasih rakan setugas di sana, yang mana pada pagi ini akan berlangsungnya majlis ataupun sebenarnya perarakan Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025 yang diadakan di Old Court House ini, yang mana saya difahamkan kira-kira 600 pengamal undang-undang daripada Sabah, Sarawak dan juga Persekutuan Malaysia akan berarak dari Old Court House Kuching ke Hikmah Exchange Event Center Kuching, yang mana jarak perarakannya adalah mengambil dalam kira-kira 1.1 km dengan mengambil masa 16 minit untuk berarak dari Old Court House ke Hikmah Exchange Event Center HEEC, yang mana ia melibatkan Jalan Gambir ke Jalan Main Bazar, Jalan Main Bazar ke Jalan Pearl, Jalan Barat ke Jalan Masjid, Bulatan Patang Pasir ke Jalan Masjid dan Jalan Piramli ke Jalan Masjid. Alhamdulillah, cuaca pada pagi ini sungguh baik, yang membolehkan mereka berarak dari sini ke HEEC sebagai satu simbolik pembukaan perundangan bagi Sabah dan Sarawak pada tahun ini. Dan saya sebenarnya tidak keseorangan sebenarnya, kerana saya bersama dengan peguam di David Teng Engko bersama Timothy Lim Teng, yang mana beliau akan menceritakan sedikit mengenai apa yang berlaku pada pagi ini. Baik, Mr. Timothy.
Hello.
Baik, terima kasih Mr. Timothy. Alright, Mr. Timothy, boleh kongsikan sedikit apa aktiviti sebenarnya Majlis Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak untuk tahun ini sebenarnya?
Okay, so the significance of this event, the opening of a legal year, is normally the start of the judicial year, right, for 2025. Now, the significance of this is in the Old Court House, which used to be the administrative centre during the Charles Brooke era. So during this event, there will be a procession whereby the delegates and the judges, and together with the members of the bar, will march to Hikmah Exchange, whereby there will be an open court setting. An open court setting whereby the members of the bar, the president, the Attorney General's chamber will submit and inform the court what has been happening during the past year, right? What has been happening to not just the society, but what has transpired during the year. And so they will inform the court or submit to the court on the importance of the role and function of the courts, which is the rule of law, and of course judicial independence. So the members of the bar, together with the Attorney General's chambers and the courts, are a trifecta, right, that lets our whole system work. This march is also to showcase that the rule of law is here, that the public should be confident that the administrative of justice is without fear or favour. Yes.
So what are we expecting about the procession for today? So is there any symbolic about this procession?
Oh, definitely. Now, this opening of the legal year has roots back to the United Kingdom, right? It is a more than 100-year-old tradition where in the early days, the judges will have this procession and they will pray for guidance. Okay, so now of course we do not have the religious aspect of it, but the fundamental principle is still there that the courts is independent and they are to administer the rule of law, right? So with the modern times now, we fast forward to 2025 right now, we are facing a lot of challenges, right? Laws are more complex. We are much more diverse now, right? So laws will become multi-layered. So we spend this time to meet with international delegates also. We have international delegates right from the Taiwan Bar, Singapore Bar, the Hong Kong Bar, and the Bar Council from West Malaysia. They're all here to be part in this opening of the legal year to support the administration of justice and the rule of law.
Alright, thank you very much Mr. Timothy for your sharing for the procession for today. So itu adalah sedikit sebenarnya mengenai apa yang akan berlaku pada pagi ini, yang mana saya difahamkan pada jam 7 suku ataupun sebentar saja lagi akan berlangsungnya perarak daripada Orchid House ke Hikmah Exchange Event Center, yang mana saya difahamkan perarakan ini akan diketuai oleh Ketua Hakim Negara Tun Tengku Maimun Tuan Mat bersama-sama dengan Presiden Mahkamah Rayuan Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Abang Iskandar Abang Hashim, Hakim Besar Melaya Datuk Seri Hasnah Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Hakim Besar Sabah dan Sarawak Tan Sri Abdul Rahman Sibli, Peguam Negara Datuk Muhammad Dusuki Mokhtar, Peguam Besar Sarawak Datuk Safri Ali, serta juga dengan Peguam Besar Sabah Datuk Brandon Keith. So, yang mana selepas saja mereka berarak ini, mereka akan memulakan pembukaan perundangan mereka di Hikmah Exchange Event Center, yang mana pada majlis itu akan diserikan lagi dengan kehadiran Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak Tun Pehin Seri Dr. Wan Junaidi Tuanku Jaafar, yang mana telah pun didedahkan sendiri oleh Ketua Pendaftar Mahkamah Persekutuan Malaysia Datuk Zamri Bakar pada 12 Disember tahun lalu ketika melakukan kunjungan hormat ke atas Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak pada tahun lepas, yang mana Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak juga dijadual merasmikan Majlis Hakim ke-58 tahun 2025 pada bulan harapan. Dan itu antara apa yang kita boleh jangka ataupun apa yang kita bakal saksikan selepas ini pada perarakan mereka pada sebentar sahaja lagi. Dan saya rasa itu sahaja perkembangan saya boleh kongsikan kepada anda. Kita kembali bersama rakan tugas di studio.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih Mukri dengan perkongsian. Kalau kita dapat lihat Najib, suasana di Orchid House itu ramai dengan pengamal undang-undang.
Yang penting cuaca dah okey.
Cuaca dah okey. Memang tadi seawal pagi sebelum sebut tadi memang hujan amat lebat.
Kita ke sini hujan agak lebat.
Agak lebat. Jadi alhamdulillah dah reda, dah boleh memulakan perarakan. Percara akan dijalankan. Kalau kita lihat tadi sesi bergambar sebelum percara perarakan dijalankan. Dan sebenarnya Najib, kita cukup bertuah kerana di pentas diskusi anda ini kali ini diwarisi oleh pengamal undang-undang. Kita ada magistrate dan juga pendakwa raya dan juga peguam. Dan tanpa mendengarkan masa Najib, saya perkenalkan tetamu jemputan kita untuk kita melihat dengan lebih mendalam mengenai OLSS ini, Najib. Dan terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada tuan-tuan kerana sudi bersama kami di pentas diskusi anda. Saya kenalkan di hujung sebelah sana Tuan Muhammad Filani CG, Timbalan Pendakwa Raya Jabatan Peguam Negara. Terima kasih Tuan. Dan di tengah-tengah adalah Tuan Mario Aljonoi, Magistrate Mahkamah Magistrate Sibu, Pejabat Ketua Pendaftar Mahkamah Persekutuan Malaysia. Terima kasih Tuan. Dan juga di sebelah saya adalah Tuan Muhammad Azrul Azlan, Peguam Negeri Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak. Terima kasih Tuan.
Good to be here.
Good to be here. Alright. Okey, baik, mungkin untuk kita membuka bual bicara kita pada pagi ini, saya seperti mana orang awam yang lain, sebenarnya OLSS ini sesuatu yang agak baru buat saya. Jadi sekarang ni soalan yang pertama, siapa yang nak jelaskan berkenaan dengan OLSS ni? Pengenalan berkenaan dengan OLSS ni supaya semua rakyat Malaysia yang sedang menonton ketika ini seperti saya mendapat ilmu baru pada pagi ini. Sila mungkin Tuan.
Terima kasih Tuan. Sebenarnya kalau kita nak tengok daripada sejarah oleh SS kita panggil sekarang ni kan, pengenalan di Sabah dan Sarawak dia bermula pada tahun 2010 2001 dia disadarkan. Dia seawal 2001. Kalau kita tengok daripada sejarah, ini merupakan praktis yang sebenarnya dah tahun kurun ke-5, kurun ke-15 dulu. Di mana pada awalnya perarakan itu dimulakan oleh peguam yang peguam berarak untuk menuju ke Westminster pada masa tersebut. Sesampainya dekat Westminster tersebut, mereka orang akan di-welcomekan dengan kita panggil Lord Chancellor's Breakfast. Di sanalah bermulanya berbincang-bincang, sembang-sembang begitu. Tapi pengenalan dibawa ke Malaysia ini pada tahun 2001. 2001 disandarkan. Tapi perarakan awalnya bermula pada 2004 di Kota Kinabalu. Selepas itu kita akan dijadikan sebagai salah satu acara tahunan lah. Dan kecuali pada tahun 2020 kita tidak dapat jalankan oli SS ini disebabkan oleh COVID-19 lah. Dan ini kalau kita tengok daripada sejarah merupakan satu perarakan pengamal undang-undang yang berasaskan kalau kita Malaysia ni kita mengamalkan common law. Jadi common law kita ikut yang English punya practice. Jadi sekarang ni itu just a matter of kita punya tradition dan
keeping up the tradition,
correct. Sebetul.
Baik Tuan, mungkin boleh masih tak puas hati ni, masih nak tahu juga. Jadi
masih nak tahu lagi
signifikasinya perarakan ini apa untuk kepada pengawal undang-undang contoh.
Saya rasa Tuan Romario lagi arif berkenaan dengan latar belakang ini sebab selalunya yang akan prepare, coordinate semuanya daripada mahkamah. Jadi mahkamah lah yang lebih lengkap untuk membincangkan dan memaklumkan latar belakang.
Mungkin
silakan Tuan.
Kalau saya boleh tambah sedikit apa yang Tuan Filani dah ceritakan tadi. Di UK macam yang Encik Timothy daripada peguam daripada yang dah berada di Old Court House tadi cakap, hakim-hakim dia akan datang berarak untuk berdoa. Dia berdoa untuk minta panduan untuk tahun baru tu. Sebab sebelum dia mula berarak, mahkamah sebenarnya bercuti. So ada penutupan mahkamah. Jadi signifikasi dia adalah ini macam dia buka balik mahkamah. Itu tradisi di UK. Jadi bila kita tradisi ini diteruskan kepada negara-negara Commonwealth lain, kita ubah suai sikit tradisi itu. Kalau di Sabah Sarawak kita start berarak, kita mulakan majlis open court. Kita panggil open court. Tapi sebelum majlis semula kita akan nyanyi negaraku dulu. Kita buat bacaan doa. Jadi untuk memberkati tahun yang akan datang lah. Lepas tu apa yang akan berlaku adalah Hakim Besar Sabah Sarawak akan memanggil wakil daripada peguam, wakil daripada pejabat peguam besar, wakil daripada peguam negara untuk bentangkan apa yang telah berlaku pada tahun sebelum, apa aspirasi dia untuk tahun akan datang, apa-apa isu yang dia nak bangkitkan dan bincangkan. Jadi selepas tu Hakim Besar Sabah Sarawak akan tutup dengan ucapan dia untuk membuka, untuk merasmikan tahun yang baru.
Jadi maksudnya untuk di mahkamah sendiri ada tahun pembukaan pada Januari macam sekarang ini dan penutupnya pada Disember ataupun bagaimana? Mungkin lebih jelas.
Secara sejarah dia macam tu, tapi kita tak bercuti lah. Mahkamah tetap buka. Kalau di Malaysia mahkamah tetap buka.
Tetap berjalan lah perbicaraan.
Jadi dia seolah-olah macam AGM syarikat buka dan lepas tu tutup, lepas tu beri penerangan kepada semua ahli-ahli berkenaan apa yang telah berlaku for the past years apa semua kan.
Boleh kata macam tu sebab kita akan bentang statistik juga. Di pihak mahkamah kita akan beritahu semua orang berapa banyak kes yang dah daftar, berapa banyak kes yang kita dah selesaikan untuk tahun yang sebelum tu. Kita bentangkan apa yang kita dah buat, aktiviti mahkamah. Mungkin pejabat peguam besar biasanya akan bentangkan apa akta baru yang dia dah keluarkan, yang dia tengah usahakan. Pejabat peguam negara pula akan bagi tahu apa yang peguam negara dah buat untuk tahun sebelum. So itu macam report card day.
Report card day.
Betul.
Jadi kira antara dalam makna kata lain gathering ataupun reunion di antara peguam-peguam magistrate, begitu? Boleh dikatakan begitu?
Boleh dikatakan begitu juga. Kalau kita lihat di Sabah dan Sarawak, sebab kita ada Sarawak, kita ada Sabah juga kan. Jadi kalau kita lihat Oli ni, dia selalunya akan selang berganti. Dia buat di Sabah, next year dia akan buat di Sarawak, bergilir. Jadi memang tahun lepas telah diadakan di Kota Kinabalu. Tahun ni kita buat di Kuching. Dan sebagai maklumat tambahan, dia bukan satu acara yang dilakukan di Sabah dan Sarawak sahaja. Dia juga dilakukan di Semenanjung Malaysia. Sebab di Malaysia ada dua mahkamah tinggi yang berbeza, Mahkamah Tinggi Melaya dan Mahkamah Tinggi Sabah dan Sarawak. Oli di Semenanjung Malaysia telah diadakan pada 8 hari bulan yang lepas, 2 hari yang lepas. Saya bersama dengan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak telah pun hadir. Jadi cara dia hampir sama, cuma ada perbezaan sedikit. Dia procession dia lakukan dalam PICC bangunan, dan dia hanya dengan para hakim. Setelah waktu di Sabah dan Sarawak kita tadi dengan semua peguam, dan kita lakukan procession tersebut dalam public. Itu proses yang tertutup. Kita kat sini public sedikit lah.
Okey, baik. Tuan, apakah ada sesuatu yang binding untuk persidangan sebegini? Keperluan, contohnya AGM ianya merupakan satu tuntutan undang-undang. Untuk AGM itu diadakan setiap hujung tahun, contohnya. Jadi untuk persidangan sebegini, LANGSUNG ini, apakah ada tuntutan undang-undang ataupun perlembagaan untuk persidangan ini diadakan? Is it a binding tradition that yang perlu dilakukan?
Kalau kita nak melihat daripada segi peruntukan undang-undang, tak adalah peruntukan undang-undang, tetapi ia merupakan satu amalan. Amalan yang kita amalkan daripada turun-temurun, orang cakap. Yang signifikasi Oli ni sebenarnya kan, tuan-tuan, dia macam kita komputer, kita nak reboot, kita nak reset balik apakah perjalanan hala tuju kita pada tahun 2025. Kita telah berjaya mengharungi 2024 sehingga kita ada vacation, court vacation kan. Lepas itu pada awal tahun macam Januari macam ni kan, selalunya memang kita akan buat Januari lah. Kita akan reboot balik, reset balik, kita akan imbas balik apa yang telah kita capai, apa yang Jabatan Peguam Negara telah capai, apa telah kami buat, dan apa yang mahkamah telah buat, apa yang jabatan semua. Kita akan reboot balik, kita reset balik. Apa mana kita nak pergi tuju pada tahun 2025. Dan ini hendaklah di-sharekan, dikongsikan bersama-sama dengan pengamal undang-undang seluruh Malaysia ini, dan secara khususnya Sabah dan Sarawak. Sebab itulah kami, seperti yang Puan cakap, ini merupakan satu reunion. Kita kumpul ramai-ramai. Jarang kita dapat kumpul ramai-ramai. Orang yang besar. Saya pun seperti Tuan juga, sebelum join jadi Jabatan Peguam Negara ni kan, saya pun pelik juga apa benda ni kan, tiba-tiba nak berarak dekat tengah-tengah jalan. Kalau hujan ke panas ke lawyer pakai tuan
dengan
panas
baju,
tau,
dengan full uniform kan.
Pakai macam ni panas tau. Lepas tu kena lagi berarak di belakang VVIP. Tapi kami sebagai pengamal undang-undang buat benda tu sebab ada sebab. Macam itulah kami, bagi kami itu adalah satu perjumpaan, satu bahasa yang sesuai untuk kami berbincang sama-sama.
Jadi maksudnya hasil ataupun hasil persidangan ini nanti ianya juga tidak binding.
Saya memang dia tidak akan binding, Tuan, sebab kalau kita tengok daripada sejarah dia pun, dia merupakan macam, sorry Puan, kalau saya boleh menggunakan perkataan manifesto atau janji kan. Kalau kita nak meletakkan okey tahun 2025 Jabatan Peguam Negara akan memperkenalkan macam contohnya sekarang ni kami telah mengimplementasikan digitalisasi dalam segala benda. Contohnya kita ada e-daftar, kami ada e-representasi yang akan kami perkenalkan dalam tahun 2025.
Jadi soalan ni tuan-tuan agak klise, apabila ada reunion dia di antara pengamal-pengamal media ramai di satu kawasan macam contohnya di All Court House, Bagaimana dengan persidangan di mahkamah? Adakah tidak berjalan ataupun masih ada berjalan seperti biasa ataupun bagaimana? Ini nak tahulah juga sebab ramai pengawal.
Selalunya awal tahun memang tarikh ni dah ada tetap tau.
Okey.
Jadi kalau tarikh dah tetap, memang saya rasa mahkamah memang tidak akan tetapkan tarikh bicara pada masa tersebut. Memang tak kena. Memang dah vacate awal-awal. So the plan awal-awal kan.
Memang dikosongkan pada
memang
waktu
dikosong.
itu untuk acara ini.
Memang takkan diadakan apa proceeding sebab semua hakim, semua pengamal semua ada di satu tempat.
Okey.
Mahkamah kosong pada hari ini.
Okey, saya sebenarnya tertarik bila kita bercakap berkenaan dengan reunion ini. Reunion ini. Dan seperti yang telah Tuan cakapkan tadi, ini perjumpaan reunion antara peguam-peguam, tetapi bukan saja peguam bela contohnya. Terlibat juga pendakwa raya dan sebagainya, magistrate. Mereka yang sering, saya kira, fighting against each other in the court of law. Betul itu jadi mungkin Tuan boleh kongsikan bagaimana menimbulkan keharmonian itu atau profesionalisme di antara mereka yang fighting against each other in the court of law almost every day kan. Suddenly you're supposed to be good to each other.
Saya tradisi je lah. Pengamal undang-undang kita orang semua gentleman.
Semua gentleman. Lawyer semua gentleman.
Kalau gaduh pun kita gaduh secara gentleman di dalam mahkamah saja. So yang penting kita membawa kes untuk memastikan keadilan berlaku. Kita tak bawa kes untuk personal reasons. Bukan sebab kita terlalu passionate, sebab kita sendiri yang affected oleh apa outcome kes tu. Dan biasa ada silent rule di mana kita sendiri seboleh-bolehnya tidak boleh membawa kes yang melibatkan diri sendiri. Ataupun orang-orang terdekat, supaya kita tak clouded, judgement kita tidak clouded dengan emosi sendiri. Sebab itulah sebenarnya pengamal undang-undang semua gentleman. Jadi kita tahu kerja kita apa, kita berhujah ikut undang-undang semua tu. Dan kita masih boleh makan sama-sama duduk sekali setahun. Macam ni lah, macam hari ni.
Sangat profesional.
Sangat profesional kata mereka lah. Baik, mungkin Tuan dari Peguam Sarawak Peguam Sarawak. Seperti yang telah Tuan sebutkan tadi, untuk peringkat semenanjung Malaysia mungkin telah diadakan pada 8 hari bulan lepas kan? Dan pada persidangan itu merupakan persidangan terakhir untuk Tengku Maimun, Ketua Hakim Negara. Dan antara yang disebutkan pada persidangan tersebut, beliau memberikan keyakinan kepada semua bahawa setakat 2024 itu, sepanjang her tenure, dia yakin bahawa sistem kehakiman telah beraksi dengan baik, memberikan persembahan yang baik dan telah memberikan keputusan-keputusan yang tepat sepanjang 2024 itu. Itu antara mungkin intipati ucapan beliau yang mungkin boleh saya ambil. Mungkin itu yang akan boleh kita saksikan juga di Sarawak ini, manifestasi sebegitu daripada mungkin Ketua Hakim Sabah Sarawak ke.
Saya rasa daripada segi ucapan beliau di Putrajaya PICC pada 8 hari bulan tersebut, kalau kita interpretasikan konteks dia maklum bahawa the whole justice system is working well and confidence in that system has risen. Jadi kita juga sebagai pegawai undang-undang, kalau kita lihat peguam dari AG, pengamal undang-undang private, kita semua sebenarnya dikira sebagai pegawai mahkamah in a sense, di mana kita harus dispense justice. Kita walaupun kita ada klien kita ada plaintiff, defendant, semua tu, kita semua pada akhirnya kena sampai satu pengakhiran yang adil bagi semua pihak. Jadi kat situ dia bukan satu usaha dari mahkamah saja, tapi semua pengamal undang-undang harus memainkan peranan tersebut. Jadi saya rasa memang dari segi reputasi, dari segi proses, we have done well in these last few years. Yes.
Justice need to be seen, to be done, kan. So mungkin antara tuan-tuan ini boleh menginterpretasikan perkataan itu justice need to be seen to be served kan? Siapa yang boleh menjawab ini?
Silakan tuan.
Jadi yang penting dalam sistem, dalam proses mahkamah ni adalah transparansi. Transparansi, jadi semua kena boleh dilihat oleh semua orang yang terlibat. So contohnya macam orang yang kena tuduh, dia kena faham dia punya pertuduhan, dia kena tengok proses tu, dia kena ada masa proses tu berjalan. Jadi kalau orang kena tuduh ni dibicarakan tapi dia tiada, tu sudah tidak adil kan. So nampak tidak adil, betul tidak? Jadi tapi bila dia ada, hanya bila dia ada saja barulah kita boleh bicarakan dia. Dan yang paling penting dalam proses transparansi ni adalah konsep mahkamah terbuka. So bila mahkamah ni terbuka, maksudnya publik, orang awam boleh datang, boleh tengok. Dan biasalah kes-kes akan juga disiarkan dalam media, kes-kes yang berkepentingan akan dimaklumkan melalui media. So sebenarnya media mainkan peranan penting juga. So media memainkan peranan penting untuk memastikan konsep transparansi ini dipelihara. So tanpa media kita tak boleh war-warkan. Mahkamah tak ada platform untuk mewar-warkan pada orang awam. Kita cuba berharap orang awam datang sendirilah ke mahkamah terbuka. Tapi untuk kita sampaikan sama ada justice tu, sama keadilan tu nampak sedang berlaku adalah kebergantungan kita kepada pengamal media lah.
Okey. Banyak lagi soalan sebenarnya, Najib, untuk kita tanyakan kepada tuan-tuan, gentleman kita di pentas diskusi anda ini. Sebelum itu, antaranya adalah apakah langkah-langkah yang boleh diambil dan dalam untuk memastikan sistem kehakiman khususnya di Sabah dan Sarawak ini ditambah baik. Tapi kita akan berhenti rehat dulu. Kembali selepas ini, jangan ke mana-mana. Okey, baik, bertemu kembali dalam dialog TVS, pentas diskusi anda. Kali ini cukup istimewa dalam TVS bersiaran untuk siaran khas sempena Majlis Tahun Pembukaan Perundangan Sabah Sarawak 2025. Kami bersiaran secara langsung di Hikmah Exchange Satok. Dan bersama kami pastinya gentleman, lelaki beriman daripada
pengamal undang-undang
negara. Okey, tadi sebelum kita berhenti rehat, sebenarnya Najib pelbagai telah kita kupas, tanya sejarah signifikan kenapa diadakan oleh SS ini, dan sebenarnya Tuan Filani ada memaklumkan mengenai penambahbaikan yang dilakukan, antaranya pendigitalan dalam mahkamah. Mungkin Tuan boleh kembangkan lagi ataupun perjelaskan lebih lagi apakah lagi langkah ataupun penambahbaikan yang dapat dilakukan since 2001 upacara tradisi ini diadakan dengan hasil reunion, berkumpul sesama pengamal undang-undang. Apakah lagi penambahbaikan ataupun langkah-langkah yang diambil untuk memastikan sistem kehakiman khususnya di Sabah dan Sarawak lebih efisien dan baik?
Sebenarnya banyak yang telah kita lakukan dalam memastikan bahawa sistem kehakiman dan perundangan ini dia accessible, dia boleh diakses oleh semua orang. Sebab itu kita memperkenalkan digitalisasi ini. Antaranya contohnya sekarang ini kan kita boleh tahu kan ada dalam kami sendirilah Jabatan Peguam Negara, kami ada memperkenalkan sistem e-daftar, iaitu secara kalau OKT orang kena tuduh boleh tahu secara direct kes dia di mana, bila kes dia, jadi akses tu siapa-siapa boleh. Jadi tapi kan Puan, soalan itu sepatutnya Puan kena tanya pihak mahkamah, sebab pendigitalan ini diinspirasikan oleh pihak mahkamah. Dengan memperkenalkan sistem EKSS, dulu CMS kan.
Yes.
Jadi sistem-sistem tersebut saya rasa yang sewajarnya untuk bercakap berkenaan dia adalah Tuan Romario lah kan. Ya.
Silakan Tuan Budiman Romario.
EKSS yang kita pakai sekarang, sistem e-kehakiman, dia bermula di Sabah Sarawak.
Okey.
Sebelum diperkembangkan ke seluruh Malaysia. So pada zaman dia dimulakan, untuk dia ialah satu idea oleh mantan Ketua Hakim Negara kita, Tun Richard Malanjung. So dia ada idea ni untuk digitalizekan proses mahkamah, sebab dalam proses mahkamah ni dokumen dia banyak. Kita boleh refer dengan Tuan Filani pun, dia pergi court, dokumen dia setebal ni. Dan bila banyak sangat dokumen, jadi beratlah untuk dia pergi court, untuk dia membawa dokumen tu. Sebab bila kita gunakan digitalized system, dia cuma perlu download semua dalam laptop. Dan benda ni dia nampak signifikan dia pada zaman COVID.
Okey.
Ya, bila zaman COVID, mahkamah tutup kan.
Okay.
Jadi mahkamah kita beroperate menggunakan Zoom.
Maksudnya perbicaraan dilakukan melalui
secara maya.
Oh, okey.
So bila dia guna Zoom dan semua orang dah mudahlah tengok refer pada dokumen yang dah soft copy dia. Start dari itu semua orang pun dah start guna soft copy dah. Jarang dah yang guna physical file.
Jadi mungkin kalau boleh saya merujuk kepada antara kes-kes yang berprofil tinggi, contohnya untuk bila kita bercakap berkenaan dengan digitalisasi ini, antara kes-kes berprofil tinggi itu penggunaan digitalisasi ini bermakna semua dokumen online.
Semua dokumen.
Dan ianya boleh diakses oleh publik.
Oleh publik kalau dia buat permohonan kepada mahkamah.
Oh, kena buat permohonan dulu. Dia not simply boleh akses.
Jadi itu mungkin menyebabkan tersebarnya, viralnya dokumen-dokumen mahkamah. Apakah itu tidak mengapa bagi
betul.
pihak
Sebab
mahkamah?
tu kita kena vet permohonan tu.
Okey.
So dia kena mohon, dia kena bagi tahu sebab dia nak
Kenapa
dokumen
nak tengok?
tu. Ya, kenapa dia
okey.
nak akses pada dokumen tu.
Oh, dia bukannya terdedah kepada semua boleh masuk
tidak.
sistem dan
Tidak,
dapat
bukan semua boleh akses. Dia kena mohon dulu dengan mahkamah. Mahkamah akan approve permohonan. Kalau dia approve, kita bagi token untuk dia tengok pada jangka masa sekejap. Dalam 30 minit dia boleh akses.
Kemudian expired.
Akan expired.
Okey.
So,
Adakah syarat-syarat, ada terdapat syarat-syarat contohnya apabila kita dapat mengakses dokumen tersebut, kemungkinan untuk snap gambar dan menyebarkan ke ataupun bagaimana? Adakah syarat-syarat yang perlu dipatuhi kepada pemohon?
Biasanya dokumen tu kalau dia nak diakses memang ada sebab tertentu. Contoh macam ada orang yang nak dokumen tu sebab dia ada kes yang berkaitan dengan orang yang sama.
Ini bukan simply siapa sahaja
Bukan
yang
simply siapa. Dia mesti ada reason kenapa dia nak dokumen tu. Sebab kena bayar. Dia takkanlah nak
Kena
bayar
bayar,
untuk
okey.
nak bayar untuk suka-suka dapat dokumen kan.
Okey, kalau kita boleh terus saja ke lokasi Old Court House ini ketika ini. Kalau kita
gambar.
lihat sedang berlangsungnya sesi bergambar. Tapi kita minta maaf lah kepada tetamu kita 3 orang ni kerana tidak mampu
Untuk bergambar
untuk
sekali.
bergambar bersama sekali dengan
Untuk tahun ini tiada dalam gambar.
dengan rakan-rakan di Old Court House itu. Ini yang antara yang sedang berlangsung ketika ini pengisian di Old Court House. Saya kira mereka perarakan belum lagi bermula ni.
Belum, sebab perarakan akan jalankan sejurus sahaja selepas sesi bergambar ini selesai. Suka juga saya kongsikan kalau kita dapat lihat antara barisan-barisan tetamu terhormat yang hadir pada hari ini. Antaranya adalah Tun Tengku Maimun, Ketua Hakim Negara, Datuk Zamani Ibrahim, dan juga Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Abang Iskandar Abang Hashim, Presiden Mahkamah Rayuan Malaysia, dan antaranya yang hadir juga Datuk Zamri Haji Bakar, Ketua Pendaftar Mahkamah Persatuan. Kalau kita lihat di situ ramai sebenarnya pengamal undang-undang. Dimaklumkan Mukri tadi lebih kurang 600 pengamal undang-undang yang hadir berkumpul di Old Court House pada hari ini, pada pagi ini, Najib.
Okey. Baik, kita mungkin kalau boleh kita nak menjengah sedikit kepada isu yang antara yang sedang diperbincangkan di peringkat Badan Kehakiman ketika ini ialah berkenaan dengan pengubalan undang-undang Akta. Jadi antaranya yang kalau tidak silap saya cuma scratch my mind sekarang ini Lisa, seperti Akta kanak-kanak dan sebagainya. Jadi dan juga Akta untuk Sabah Sarawak ini antara isu yang terbesar ialah isu warga negara Sabah dan Sarawak. Jadi kalau boleh kita nak melihat tentang pengumbalan akta itu bagaimana di peringkat Sabah dan Sarawak, bezanya dengan Semenanjung. Apakah ianya distandardizekan sekali? Bagaimana?
Kalau kita lihat dari segi kuasa untuk mengubal undang-undang, kita kena lihat the Federal Constitution. Itulah the supreme law of the country. Di situ dia ada pembahagian kuasa. Pembahagian kuasa daripada segi perundangan, parlimen untuk undang-undang the federal laws yang kita bergelar akta, dan pembahagian kuasa untuk mengubal undang-undang buat negeri. Di Sarawak kita akan panggil undang-undang yang diubalkan oleh Undangan Negeri Sarawak sebagai ordinance. Jadi kalau kita dengar perkataan ordinance tu, kita tahu tu undang-undang Negeri Sarawak yang berkuat kuasa di Negeri Sarawak. Kalau akta tu kita tahu itu memang satu perundangan yang telah diubal oleh parlimen. Dan akan atau tidak berkuat kuasa di Sarawak. Sebab Sarawak ada autonomi dia tersendiri dari beberapa perkara. Jadi berkaitan dengan kewarganegaraan, tersebut adalah di bawah bidang kuasa federal, parlimen. Jadi parlimen yang harus mengubal atau mengubah undang-undang tersebut. Sebab itu kita harus selalu berdiscussion dengan federal government untuk menyelesaikan masalah kewarganegaraan di Sabah dan Sarawak.
Tapi saya kira itu pun bukan di peringkat Peguam Bela dan Peguam Cara, mungkin di peringkat parlimen, Dewan Rakyat dan sebagainya. Saya kira mungkin betul. Jawapannya tu perbezaan di antara ordinance dan juga akta. Itu mungkin kita selalu dengar ordinance mining ordinance Sarawak untuk MX63. Lepas
kita
tu
sebagai pengamal media ni kita selalu
mining ordinance katanya. Kita
ada
Sarawak ada mining ordinance, tetapi Semenanjung juga kita ada PD akta PDA. Mungkin antara mereka yang belum faham berkenaan dengan penggunaan perkataan ordinance dan juga perkataan akta itu telah diterangkan oleh Tuan tadi. Saya kira itu boleh memberikan sedikit pencerahan lah kepada semua penonton-penonton kita di luar sana. Dan kita masih lagi berada di Hikmah Exchange ketika ini, menantikan perarakan yang belum lagi bermula di Old Court House ini. dijangka akan bermula sebentar saja lagi dan
seusai sesi bergambar.
Usai sesi bergambar ini akan diadakan perarakan ke arah Hikmah Exchange dan kemudiannya diikuti dengan persidangan. Mahkamah terbuka di sini dan sementara itu boleh kita saksikan juga ketika ini pasukan pencaragam polis Diraja Malaysia telah pun bersedia. Jadi saya kira perarakan mungkin akan bermula sebentar saja lagi.
Jadi perarakan ini akan diiringi dengan pasukan pencaragam?
Betul.
Ya, okey.
Mungkin Tuan boleh perjelaskan sedikit berkenaan dengan intipati perarakan ini nanti bagaimana ianya dilakukan, Tuan?
Perarakan ni biasanya dia diketuai oleh Ketua Hakim Negara. So di depan Ketua Hakim Negara tu nanti akan ada band, ada pencaragam untuk iringan muzik. Dan selepas tu akan ada pembawa cokmah. Pembawa cokmah akan mengiringi Ketua Hakim Negara dan barisan hakim tertinggi. Jadi barisan tu nanti akan diikuti oleh hakim-hakim lain, oleh pegawai perundangan dan seterusnya peguam-peguam. Di barisan dia akan sangat panjang.
Jadi sebab sepanjang perarakan itu diiringi dengan pencaragam.
Betul.
Akan ada lagu.
Akan ada lagu. Tak sunyilah. Tak sunyilah, taklah macam berarak yang orang tak tahu apa sebab kan, apa tujuan dia berarak.
Ya. Jadi kalau kita lihat perarakan ini sebenarnya, mungkin Tuan boleh ceritakan sebenarnya, ia memberi makna kepada para pengamal undang-undang. Impaknya kepada rakyat pula bagaimana? Mungkin untuk rakyat lebih mengetahui sebenarnya apa signifikan perarakan ini kepada rakyat.
Kalau saya boleh pinjam jawapan Encik Timothy Lim tadi, yang wakil peguam daripada Persatuan Peguam Sarawak, signifikasi dia adalah untuk tunjukkan dengan rakyat yang kita ada. Pengamal undang-undang tu ada, hakim tu ada, dia dah pakai jubah dia full yang ada stripe kuning. Peguam-peguam ada, pegawai-pegawai perundangan pun ada. Itu significance untuk show berapa ramai yang ada. Itulah.
Kami ni ada pengamal undang-undang peguam, Ketua Hakim Negara ni ada. Yang
gentleman itu. Tadi turut dikongsikan salah seorang peguam yang diwawancara oleh rakan kita tadi, Nisa. Katanya perarakan ini menandakan signifikasinya salah satunya ialah untuk menandakan bahawa rule of law itu exist in Malaysia. Ianya berfungsi dengan baik, kata peguam cara tadi, dan mungkin itu antara yang mungkin ingin disampaikan oleh Tuan sendiri, iaitu dengan menunjukkan rule of law ini. The existence of rule of law in Malaysia is functioning very well.
Ya, betul.
Begitu ya, Tuan?
Ya, betul. So kita semua stakeholders yang memelihara rule of law tu. Contoh kalau satu orang tak ada, dia macam tak complete kan. Dia guna perkataan apa? Trifecta. So ada hakim, ada peguam sebelah ni, ada peguam sebelah tu. Kalau kurang satu ni macam tak adil
kan. Dia lompong lah.
Jadi untuk tunjuk kita ada, semua ada. So lengkap.
Jadi untuk peguam negeri, pejabat peguam negeri, apakah ianya report direct to AG Malaysia bagaimana?
Ada misconception sebenarnya kat situ. Kita kena tengok sejarah kita juga. Kalau kita lihat pembentukan Malaysia, sejarah dia adalah Sabah Sarawak bersama dengan Melaya telah bergabung membentuk Malaysia. Jadi sebelum pembentukan Malaysia sudah wujudnya Jabatan Peguam Sarawak, Jabatan Peguam Sabah. Jadi bila kita bersetuju untuk menubuhkan Malaysia, satu daripada perkara-perkara yang telah dijamin adalah kebebasan pengguaman di Sabah dan Sarawak. Jadi wujudnya dan kekal wujud Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak, Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sabah, dan mereka berjawab kepada ketua atau ketua menteri atau bagi Sarawak, Premier Sarawak, bukan kepada Federal AG. Federal AG adalah satu badan yang menasihati yang amat berhormat Perdana Menteri. Sementara waktu untuk Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak, kita adalah penasihat utama kepada Premier Sarawak. Dia ada perbezaan situ. Ada kebebasan juga dari segi situ.
Jadi apakah ianya berfungsi di atas landasan yang sama? Contohnya apa yang boleh dilakukan di sana tak boleh di sini, di sana boleh, di sini tak boleh. Apakah
perbezaan
akan
dari
perbezaan
segi
landasan?
bentuk tanggungjawab dan kerja, bidang kerja hampir serupa dari segi civil dan dari civil matters. Yang beza je sedikit adalah berkenaan dengan pendakwaan. Sebab kuasa pendakwaan di bawah perbagaan dan undang-undang sebagainya terletak di tangan AG Malaysia. Tetapi pada 2017 kalau tak silap saya, 2016 telah pun disetujui oleh di antara AG Malaysia dan AG Sarawak bahawa akan dilantik pendakwa raya daripada di kalangan peguam-peguam pegawai-pegawai di Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak bagi mendakwa kes-kes di bawah Undang-Undang Negeri Sarawak. Jadi sekarang kalau kita ada macam ordinan hutan, ordinan perlindungan haiwan semua akan didakwa oleh pegawai-pegawai di Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak. Jadi ada perbahagian jurisdiction. Tapi dari segi civil memang apa yang dibuat oleh Jabatan Peguam Negara, kita akan buat benda sama. Kita adalah penasihat dan kita adalah counsel utama kepada Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak.
Maksudnya sini contohnya berkenaan dengan akta hutan. Saya pasti di peringkat federal pun ada akta hutan, berkenaan dengan hutan. Tapi di peringkat Negeri Sarawak pun ordinasnya ada akta hutan. Jadi di situ untuk mencari titik temu ataupun untuk menentukan siapa yang bertanggungjawab itu lebih kepada lokasi.
Kita tengok perundangan juga. Sebab di Sarawak bidang kuasa untuk mengawal selia hutanan, mengawal selia tanah, mengawal selia minerals terletak di tangan Sarawak, negeri Sarawak. Jadi kalau ada apa-apa yang berlaku, Jabatan Negeri Sarawak, Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak yang akan bertanggungjawab dan akan menasihati dan akan koordinasi dari segi perundangan. Jabatan Peguam Negara di Sarawak dan di Sabah tidak mencampur tangan di situ. Tapi negeri-negeri lain memang di bawah bidang kuasa dan pengawasan Jabatan Peguam Jabatan AG Malaysia.
Kecuali Sabah dan Sarawak. Special case. Itu
sekarang di Kata TV sekarang ni Najib, perarakan telah pun bermula, telah pun jalankan. Kalau kita lihatkan para pengamal undang-undang telah memulakan perarakan mereka. Cukup menarik sebenarnya kalau kita lihat ketika ini di jalan di sekitar daripada Orchard House menuju ke HEEC ini dipenuhi dengan pakaian hitam dan putih.
Katanya hampir dikatakan tadi 600 pengamal undang-undang yang terlibat.
Pengamal undang-undang Sabah dan Sarawak. Dan juga katanya ada international lawyers juga.
Ada legasi daripada international.
Jadi adakah dalam dari segi perarakan ini ataupun majlis ini, percara ini diadakan daripada majlis-majlis hakim daripada negara-negara lain turut ada berlakunya perkongsian idea ataupun bagaimana?
Kita pada tahun lepas di Sabah, Kota Kinabalu Sabah ada menjemput delegasi wakil-wakil daripada negara luar. Contoh macam peguam wakil kepada Majlis Peguam Negara Luar, Foreign Bar Delegates kita panggil. So kita buat begini sebab dia orang pun ada jemput wakil-wakil kita juga. Jadi dia macam ada
lawatan balas.
Dia macam ada exposure lah kepada dua-dua pihak. Kita boleh tengok macam mana dia buat dia punya oli dan dia pun tengok macam mana kita buat kita punya oli. Dan yang paling exciting lah bagi saya, Ketua Hakim Hong Kong pada oli dia baru-baru ini ada buat rujukan kepada oli Sabah dan Sarawak. So dia pernah dijemput di oli Putrajaya di Semenanjung dan juga di oli Sabah dan Sarawak. Dan dia menceritakanlah macam mana pengalaman dia, macam mana format yang kita buat dan dia bezakan dengan format yang dia buat. So itu sangat exciting bagi saya sebab dia bagi kita international exposure.
Okey. Apabila bercakap mengenai keterujaan ini, Tuan Filani, mungkin soalan ini kepada Tuan. Setiap tahun majlis ini diadakan, percara ini diadakan, OLI ini diadakan daripada bermula pada tahun 2001. Mungkin setiap tahun itu adakah yang sama sahaja ataupun setiap tahun itu ada sahaja ataupun istimewanya tahun-tahun itu berlaku dalam majlis ini, dalam OLI ini. Mungkin tahun ini, apakah istimewanya tahun ini berbanding tahun lepas?
Saya percaya setiap tahun dia ada penambahbaikan. Dan saya percaya setiap tahun dia akan jadi lebih baik dan lebih baik. Macam tahun lepas, kalau kita lihat daripada 2024 di Kota Kinabalu, kalau nak dibandingkan dengan hari ini, kita tengok sekarang ini in term of delegasi pun ramai kita jemput.
Okay.
Ada Brunei kita penjemput. Kalau saya tengok dalam list tu ada Brunei, Taiwan pun ada. Betul. Jadi bagaimanakah program tersebut berlangsung terpulang bergantung kepada penganjur.
Okey. Ya, mungkin adakah dia juga melibatkan ada certain kilometer berjalan ke ataupun bagaimana?
dia route dia berbeza-beza. Dulu kalau tak silap saya, bila diadakan di Kuching, kita daripada Dewan Undangan Negeri berjalan ke mahkamah. Jadi dia di Petrajaya. Sekarang ni kita buat dekat tengah-tengah Padang Kuching. Jadi orang boleh keluar, boleh tengok.
Dia ialah bergantung kepada penganjur. Di mana untuk berarak, ya.
Okey, saya kira elok rasanya sementara kita menantikan kehadiran rombongan perarakan ini, Nisa, sampai ke HEEC ini. Saya kira kita boleh berhenti rehat sebentar.
Betul.
Nisa, sebelum kita meneruskan perbincangan kita bersama dengan tetamu-tetamu kita ini, kita akan berhenti rehat seketika. Jangan ke mana-mana.
Terus setia bersama kami kembali selepas ini. Baik, bertemu kembali dalam dialog TVS khas sempena Majlis Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025, di mana kali ini Sarawak menjadi tuan rumah di Kuching, di mana kalau anda saksikan kita seawal jam 6.45 pagi tadi, kita dapat lihat bagaimana majlis ini bermula, di mana para pengamal undang-undang berkumpul, dianggarkan lebih kurang 600 pengamal undang-undang Sabah dan Sarawak berkumpul di Old Court House, dan sebenarnya sahaja tadi mereka telah pun berarak menuju ke HEEC ini, di satu ini, untuk seterusnya akan diadakan sidang mahkamah terbuka. Dan sebenarnya kita di pentas diskusi anda ini, kita bersama dengan tetamu-tetamu terhormat kita, bersama dengan pengamal undang-undang juga. Izinkan untuk saya perkenalkan mereka sekali lagi. Di hujung sebelah sana kita bersama dengan Tuan Muhammad Filani CD, Timbalan Pendakwa Raya Jabatan Peguam Negara Malaysia. Di tengah-tengah adalah Tuan Romario Jonoy, Majistret Mahkamah Majistret Sibu, Pejabat Ketua Pendaftar Mahkamah Persekutuan Malaysia, dan di sebelah saya adalah Tuan Muhammad Azrul Azlan, Peguam Negeri Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak.
Okey. Berkenaan dengan salah satu isu yang mungkin saya ingin sentuh 2 tahun kebelakangan ini, agak sementara kita menantikan parakan ni
Dah sampai dah.
Oh, dah hampir nak sampai.
Ya, kita dah nampak HEEC. Oh, sekejap je biasa berjalan. Okey, teruskan Najib.
Okey, mungkin kita nak bercakap berkenaan kepada Peguam Negeri kita ni dahulu. Dan salah satu undang-undang yang menjadi tumpuan sejak daripada tahun lepas ialah berkenaan dengan kita pergi lebih jauh mungkin tuan sikit berkenaan dengan undang-undang hukuman mati mandatory ni. Dan telah sejak daripada tahun lepas ada antara mereka yang terlepas hukuman mati mandatory ni, dan orang awam contohnya masih tidak berapa faham apa maksudnya sekarang ni. Tak ada lagi hukuman mati ke macam mana? Kalau dia bunuh orang memang tak akan dihukum mati lagi ke bagaimana? Untuk negeri dan untuk persekutuan, bagaimana negeri tu?
Dari segi undang-undang negeri, saya rasa tidak adalah hukuman mandatory death sentence di dalam mana-mana undang-undang negeri. Sebab kalau kita lihat pun punishment tersebut hanya pada beberapa kesalahan yang serius, dan kesalahan serius tu selalunya di bawah akta-akta parlimen. Contohnya dalam dadah, bunuh, semua. Saya rasa wakil daripada AG Malaysia lagi sesuai untuk menjawab.
Mungkin Tuan Filani mungkin boleh jawab.
Berkenaan dengan isu pemansuhan hukuman mati tersebut, sebenarnya kita tidak memansuhkan hukuman mati itu secara total. Kita hanya memansuhkan perkataan mandatory itu saja. Maksudnya dalam sesuatu peruntukan tersebut yang memperuntukkan sebelum ini memperuntukkan hukuman mati mandatory, diletakkan satu alternatif lain untuk hukuman ni. Macam contoh akta dadah berbahaya di bawah seksyen 39B dalam kurungan 1 dalam kurungan A. Dulu hukuman dia gantung sampai mati itu saja. Kalau didapati bersalah, gantung sampai mati. Tapi sekarang tidak. Gantung sampai mati itu hukuman mati itu masih ada, tapi tidak mandatory. Di mana hukuman mati atau hukuman penjara boleh sampai paling minimum 30 tahun, maksimum 40 tahun dan 12 kali sebatan. Jadi dia untuk menjatuhkan hukuman mati ini, dia akan diserahkan kepada budi bicara hakim tersebut melihat kes itu macam mana. Contoh kes bunuh tu juga. Kalau tuan-tuan puan kita boleh cakap pasal kes yang dera dulu dekat UPNM punya kan sekarang ni dijatuhkan hukuman mati ke dalam Mahkamah Rayuan.
Pasal rayuan.
Melepas Mahkamah Rayuan menjatuhkan hukuman mati. Hanya apabila mahkamah mendapati bahawa kes tersebut sesuai untuk dijatuhkan hukuman mati, dan barulah dia akan jatuhkan hukuman mati.
Jadi ia memberikan lebih kebebasan kepada para hakim.
Correct. Dia memberikan lebih kebebasan dan juga pilihan lah sebenarnya. Alternatif kepada hakim. Jadi
budi bicara hakim lah.
Budi bicara hakim, betul kan?
Maksudnya dibuang mandatory itu sama ada. Kalau dulu mandatory itu yang memang macam mana pun wajib.
Satu hukuman sahaja.
Satu hukuman. Dan kalau didapati bersalah, dia gantung sampai mati.
Ya, ini
Kalau lakukan salah gantung memang.
ini yang nak difahamkan supaya pemansuhan hukuman mati, bukannya hukuman mati itu tidak ada.
Tidak, betul.
Mandatorinya dihapuskan.
Correct.
Ya.
Setuju.
Kalau tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dapat saksikan di kaca TV anda sekarang ini, ketika ini kita lihat para pengamal media yang berarak, para pengamal undang-undang yang berarak dari Old Court House tadi telah pun tiba di perkarangan HEEC, dan ketika ini mereka sedang masuk ke dalam Dewan ini untuk sama-sama memulakan sebentar saja lagi.
Ya, tapi sebelum itu
mahkamah terbuka. Ya.
Saya masih sementara kita ada tiga gentleman ini.
Ya.
Mungkin boleh kita tanyakan sekali lagi kepada, ini mungkin bidang kuasa Tuan Felani juga agaknya. Contohnya saya masih ingin mengetahui berkenaan dengan ruang lingkup ini. Bidang kuasa antara mungkin mahkamah sivil dan juga mahkamah syariah. Apakah seolah-olah ada perdebatan, jika kalah di syariah dia akan bawa kepada sivil. Betul, Tuan? Kadang-kadang begitu.
Kalau kita tengok secara general, secara umumnya memang nampak macam tu. Tapi sekiranya kita melusuri akta undang-undang itu sendiri, kita sebenarnya kalau kita memahami perlembagaan persekutuan kita, terdapat pembahagian kuasa, bidang kuasa. Mahkamah syariah ada kuasa dia sendiri, dan mahkamah sivil ada kuasa sendiri. Contohnya perkara 121 dalam Perundangan 1A, perlembagaan persekutuan telah memperuntukkan apakah bidang kuasa mahkamah syariah dan juga apakah bidang kuasa mahkamah sivil. Dan adakah diorang akan macam kata tuan, tak puas hati di mahkamah sivil, tak puas hati di mahkamah syariah, pergi mahkamah sivil.
Itulah dia.
Tidak semua kes akan dilayani dekat mahkamah sivil, tuan. Dia tengok juga. Maka hakim pun hakim semua yang arif. Mereka lebih arif tentang undang-undang saya rasa. Dan sekiranya kes tersebut tidak sesuai untuk didengarkan dekat mahkamah sivil, diorang akan stop dekat sana. Diorang akan meneruskan kes tersebut.
Bagaimana di peringkat negeri, biar kuasa mahkamah syariah dan juga
seperti yang dikatakan oleh Tuan Melani tadi, puncak kuasa mahkamah tersebut terletak di Perlembagaan Persekutuan. Jadi sama. Bagi perkara ini semua negeri sama. Termasuk Sabah dan Sarawak.
Yang
agama itu di bidang kuasa negeri. Di bidang kuasa negeri. Okey, baik, sekarang kita pergilah kepada negeri pula. Tahun lepas antara isu yang sering dibincangkan, saya kira sehingga penghujung tahun lepas pun masih juga dibincangkan, berkenaan dengan yang mana satu harus diikuti, ordinance ataupun akta. Saya telah sebutkan tadi itu, tetapi seolah-olah menjadi satu perbandingan, dan mungkin orang awam, saya sendiri mungkin masih perlukan penjelasan ini. Yang di sana mengatakan kena ikut akta, yang di sini mengatakan kena ikut ordinance. Jadi di peringkat Peguam Negeri sendiri bagaimana respon?
Kalau kita lihat dari segi perundangan, sebenarnya bila Parlimen legislate perundangan, dia tahu bidang kuasa dia dekat sini. Kalau negeri yang legislate perundangan, kita pun tahu bidang kuasa kita terletak di sini. Jadi jaranglah berlaku satu keadaan di mana dua-dua Parlimen dan negeri keluarkan undang-undang yang sama yang overlap. Bila ini berlaku, memang hujahan yang selalu kita dengar adalah di bawah perkara 75, Undang-Undang Persekutuan akan lagi kuat. Supersede. Or you say will trump against state ordinances. Tapi sebenarnya keadaan tersebut sangatlah jarang berlaku. Sebab kalau kita lihat Undang-Undang Persekutuan dan Undang-Undang Negeri, dia bekerjasama. It works well together. Ada yang akta-akta persekutuan yang akan mengatakan inilah peraturan bagi perkara ini.
It complement each other.
It complements each other. Jadi saya tahu ada juga isu-isu yang berkenaan, tapi itu semua adalah disebabkan interpretasi masing-masing. Tapi kalau kita lihat dari segi undang-undang, kalau kita betul-betul mengkaji, kita akan lihat bahawa tidak bercanggah. Memang mungkin dia berkenaan dengan satu isu yang sama, tetapi dia cover isu perkara-perkara yang lain berbeza sedikit dalam isu tersebut. Jadi mungkin akta berkenaan dengan pelesenan, ordinan dengan berkenaan dengan pelesenan juga, tetapi perkara yang berbeza sedikit. Jadi bila kita baca dan kita mengkaji betul-betul, sebenarnya it complements. This does not detract from each other.
Bagaimana kalau ada pertindihan itu, Tuan Belani?
Segala pertindihan ataupun segala pertindihan ataupun ada macam bukan perebutan kuasa lah kan. So, kalau ada sedikit percanggahan di sana, semuanya akan dirujuk kepada mahkamah. Mahkamah yang akan tentukan. Dan forum yang terbaik adalah Mahkamah Persekutuan.
Contohnya kalau di peringkat antarabangsa kita ada ICJ.
Ya.
Jadi penimbang tara itu.
Betul.
Jadi kalau di peringkat state dengan persekutuan bagaimana?
Segala persoalan yang melibatkan interpretasi undang-undang akan ditentukan oleh Mahkamah Persekutuan. Jadi Mahkamah Persekutuan sama ada 5 panel, 6 panel, 7 panel kan, dia akan buat keputusan. Mana satu undang-undang yang akan diguna pakai, mana satu undang-undang yang tidak akan diguna pakai.
Saya kira ianya lebih rumit kalau ia melibatkan constitutional matters kan.
Kalau saya tambah sedikit tadi, kalau kita lihat Perlembagaan Persekutuan, memang ada peruntukan yang mengatakan bahawa jika ada berlaku dua perkara, satu adalah di mana ada berlaku pertindihan antara undang-undang negeri dan undang-undang persekutuan, dia akan dirujuk kepada Mahkamah Persekutuan. Atau perkara kedua, ada berlaku dispute antara kerajaan negeri dan kerajaan persekutuan, kena refer dengan Mahkamah Persekutuan. Mahkamah lain tidak ada kuasa untuk mendengar kes-kes tersebut. Jadi kalau ada kes, baru maksudnya ada berlaku dispute. Takat ni banyak perkara boleh diselesaikan melalui rundingan
Di luar mahkamah.
Di luar mahkamah. Sebenarnya mahkamah tu adalah option yang terakhir.
Betul.
Tapi sekurang-kurangnya ada avenue untuk menyelesaikan pertelingkahan ataupun pertindihan itu.
Betul.
Baik, saya kira ramai sekarang ini kawasan Hikmah Asia ini sedang dipenuhi oleh mereka-mereka yang berpakaian hitam. Jadi mungkin Tuan Romano sendiri mungkin boleh jelaskan selepas ini apa yang akan berlaku sebaik saja ketibaan mereka di Hikmah Exchange ini.
Sekarang mungkin diorang akan lihat dulu sebab ada letih darah. Semua akan masuk dalam main hall. Semua akan ambil tempat masing-masing dan akan ada perarakan masuk hakim-hakim.
Oh, akan ada perarakan
selepas
juga.
ini
Lepas ini dia akan masuk, akan naik ke, kita panggil bench, ke meja dia di atas pentas. Dan kita akan nyanyikan lagu negaraku, lagu negeri, dan seterusnya bacaan doa, dan kita akan mulakan prosiding mahkamah terbuka yang di mana kita akan panggil wakil-wakil daripada setiap stakeholders kita untuk beri dia punya report card lah, present report card dia.
Jadi kalau untuk pemahaman semua, di dalam dewan itu juga di set up seperti mahkamah. Betul. Susun aturnya seperti di dalam mahkamah.
Yes, betul.
Dan sementara kita menunggu Rajin, elok agaknya kita berhenti rehat seketika. Sekali lagi
kita berhenti rehat seketika sebab soalan panas nampaknya, soalan-soalan pada kita pada pagi ini semakin panas pula nampaknya. Jadi kita akan berhenti rehat seketika, kita redakan seperti yang telah Tuan Romano katakan tadi, kalau peguam-peguam tu semua perlu berehat, kita pun perlu berehatlah sebentar. Sebelum kita kembali lagi selepas ini untuk siaran langsung dan persidangan pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025.
Kita akan berhenti rehat sekali lagi. Kembali selepas ini hanya dalam Dialog TVS, pentas diskusi anda. Jangan ke mana-mana.
tak ada kesan yang
Langsung.
direct, langsung. Tapi dia gantung dengan apa yang akan diucapkan oleh ketua hakim. Mungkin dia ada idea, dia mungkin ada pengumuman yang hendak dibuat sewaktu dia beri ucapan. Di situ kita ambil we take note apa yang berlaku. Sama juga dengan ucapan daripada Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak, Peguam Besar Negeri Sabah. Mungkin AG sendiri ada perubahan yang nak dibawakan atau ada benda yang dia nak umumkan, kita tak tahu. Bila kat situ dia tersebarlah, kita semua akan ambil tahu, dan ini mungkin akan mendatangkan kesan, tapi walaupun tidak direct kepada pengamal dan juga kepada publik.
Okey. Dan Freddy, ada nak tambah?
Saya rasa itu dah padat tu. Dan bagi saya betul juga impact dia bergantung kepada selepas ini.
Okey.
Kita tengok macam mana pergerakan dan perjalanan dia selepas ini. Dan kita harapkan semua yang terbaiklah untuk Malaysia secara umum.
Kalau anda saksikan di kaca TV ketika ini, mungkin kita boleh kongsikan kepada penonton, Najib, apa yang sedang berlaku di dalam Dewan Utama di HEEC
jemputan sedang mula mengambil tempat, tapi Tuan Romano sendiri ini kita bercakap berkenaan dengan persidangan, bermakna adanya resolusi-resolusi dan resolusi yang telah tahun lepas pula bagaimana Tuan Romano di Sabah itu, apakah antara resolusi yang telah dibangkitkan ketika di Sabah?
Kalau tak silap saya, yang saya ingat tahun lepas, saya ambil contoh saja, Peguam Besar Negeri Sabah ada umum tentang perkara yang sama seperti di Sarawak, di mana ada pegawai undang-undang untuk negeri Sabah akan dijadikan sebagai ad hoc timbalan pendakwa raya untuk kes-kes yang melibatkan hal-hal negeri. Contoh macam offences, jenayah terhadap hidupan dia, semua itu. Jadi itu antara pengumuman yang dibuat, dan saya percaya mungkin dia akan kupaskan pada pagi kita nantikan
pada pagi ini antaranya. Jadi kalau kita lihat dijangkakan pada jam 8.30 minit nanti, jam 8.30 nanti akan berlangsungnya sidang mahkamah terbuka di dalam Dewan Utama di HEEC ini. Kalau anda saksikan di kaca TV, para peserta ataupun para pengamal undang-undang sedang mengambil tempat sebelum memulakan sesi mahkamah terbuka pada jam 8.30 pagi nanti. Terus setia bersama kami untuk kita saksikan sama-sama, kerana kami bawakan kepada anda, kami sajikan kepada anda secara langsung persidangan mahkamah terbuka ini. Mungkin kita boleh kongsikan sikit, tuan-tuan, apakah mungkin kita bagi tease sikitlah antara intipati yang akan dibentangkan pada mahkamah terbuka nanti.
Bagi Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak, kalau kita lihat dari sejarah dia, selalunya kita akan menyampaikan kejayaan atau achievement yang telah dicapai dalam sepanjang tahun yang lepas. Mungkin juga dia ingin menyatakan atau memberi sedikit maklumat berkenaan dengan undang-undang baru yang telah diluluskan di Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi pengumuman, bukan sahaja pengamal undang-undang tapi kepada public at large. Saya rasa perkara yang sama dilakukan juga oleh Peguam Besar Negeri Sabah dan sedikit juga dengan AG Malaysia.
Jadi saya kira intipatinya mungkin lebih kurang sama saja, mungkin spesifik detailnya, spesifik topiknya berbeza di Semenanjung, Sabah dan juga di Sarawak ini. Dan ketika ini masih lagi belum ada sebarang tanda-tanda ianya akan dimulakan ketika ini. Kita antara intipati yang kita jangkakan akan disebut ialah berkenaan dengan MACC3, tuan. Secara dasarnya.
Let me put it this way. Kalau kita bercakap berkenaan dengan Sabah dan Sarawak, tidak jauh lah daripada MACC3. Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak begitu intim sekali dalam usaha untuk mengembalikan hak-hak di bawah MACC3. Jadi we play the forefront in any efforts. Jadi memang akan ada menyentuh sedikit sebanyak berkenaan dengan kejayaan yang telah dicapai sepanjang 2024 berkenaan dengan MA63 inilah. Itu tapi kita tunggulah speech daripada Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak. Lepas tu saya boleh mengulas.
Okey.
Dan kemudiannya ada juga akan berkenaan dengan status update daripada pihak AG sendiri?
Ya, sama juga. Jadi kalau kita tengok, kita AG sendiri juga akan memberi ucapan beliau dan intisipasinya pun lebih kurang sama. Dan apakah resolusinya untuk tahun depan, saya rasa lebih baik kita tunggu dan lihatlah. Ya, begitu.
Apakah resolusi untuk tahun depan, kita tunggu dan lihat. Kerana sebenarnya pada pandangan peribadi saya, sebenarnya cukup menarik sebenarnya untuk kita mengikuti persidangan mahkamah terbuka ini, dan apatah lagi ia disiarkan secara langsung, Najib. Kerana kita sendiri sebagai orang awam untuk melihat dan mengetahui dengan lebih dekat sebenarnya bagaimana proses itu berjalan sebenarnya. Ini adalah peluang kepada penonton semua untuk kita mengetahui dengan lebih lanjut sebenarnya, dengan lebih mendalam sebenarnya bagaimana proses persidangan dan juga bagaimana pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak ini berlangsung, Najib.
Saya pun tak pernah lihat
betul,
ni sebab tak pernah disiarkan secara langsung, saya kira.
Betul.
Ini pertama kali
sebab
dilakukan
apabila
oleh
kita
TVS.
berbual sebelum ini adalah dalam TVS dengan Puan Zaitun sebenarnya sebelum ini. Telah dimaklumkan bahawa Oli SS ini telah dimulakan sejak tahun 2001. Dah lama sebenarnya, Najib.
Jadi berkenaan dengan tempoh yang cukup panjang itu daripada 2001 itu, apa kalau Tuan Romano sendiri sudah berapa persidangan
kali
yang telah Tuan Romano sendiri sertai? Okay.
Saya oli pertama saya adalah pada tahun 2023 di Miri.
2023
di Miri.
Oh, ini baru tahun yang ketiga.
Baru yang ketiga.
Tahun yang ketiga. Okey.
Format dia dalam 3 tahun ni format dia dah berubah-ubah.
Oh, okey, banyaklah pengalaman yang
masa di Miri kita berarak ke mahkamah.
Okey.
Dan pada tahun sebelum-sebelumnya pun memang semua akan berarak ke mahkamah. Pada tahun 2024 untuk julung kali kita buat di tempat lain, di luar mahkamah, iaitu di Sabah International Convention Center, SICC.
Jadi apabila Tuan Romano maklumkan sebelum ini berarak ke mahkamah, jadi apabila persidangan mahkamah terbuka itu diadakan, jadi space dia agak limited?
Betul. Jadi kita akan gunakan beberapa mahkamah untuk hadir. Jadi mahkamah utama akan jadi tempat persidangan utama itu diadakan, dan yang lain akan di live stream.
Buat Tuan Romano sendiri sejak 2023, belumlah lama, dalam 3 tahun betul. Apakah impact dia kepada Tuan sendiri itu apa? Persidangan ini mungkin kita boleh kongsikan sedikit sementara kita menantikan permulaan persidangan.
Ya.
Sebelum saya sebelum saya dilantik sebagai pegawai undang-undang, saya sebelum ni merupakan peguam di Semenanjung. Jadi setelah saya dilantik sebagai pegawai undang-undang di Sabah Sarawak, itu kali pertama saya terlibat dengan Oli. Sebab di Semenanjung, Oli cuma melibatkan jemputan tertentu saja. Dia tidak melibatkan semua peguam.
Secara peribadi, bagaimana Tuan melihat penglibatan dalam Oli SS itu? Secara peribadi, penglibatan secara pertama kali itu terlibat 2023 tu, lebih kurang 2 tahun lepas saja.
Terus join reunion.
Terus join dan terus jadi ahli jawatankuasa yang organize. Jadi agak
macam Tuan sendiri?
Saya mulakan kerjaya saya di Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri pada 2012. Jadi tapi dia pertengahan tahun. Jadi saya tak sempat nak join. Saya daripada 2013 saya join.
The first Oli Your first Oli SS is 2013.
2013 is my first Oli. Saya rasa pada ketika itu diadakan di Sarawak, Miri kot. Kalau saya tak silap. Lepas tu saya dah merasalah di Sabah Tawau. Sebelum insiden Isulu incursion dulu. Lahad Datu
2014.
2014 di Tawau. Saya ingatlah dia banyak tempat dia berubah-ubah, dia pergi ke bandar yang besar, KK, Tawau, lepas tu dia pergi ke bandar-bandar lain, Kuching, Miri, Sibu. Saya pernah merasalah.
Merasa semualah.
Merasa semua.
Berapa kilometer yang paling jauh?
Saya tak ingat berapa kilometer, tapi bagi personally yang paling jauh saya rasa waktu kita berjalan ke Mahkamah Baru KK dulu. Dia naik bukit semua. Memang sampai je mahkamah, tu yang Tuan Romario cakap, kena rehat dulu sekejap, tarik nafas.
Jadi sepanjang 12 tahun ni contohnya lah, apakah antara penambahbaikan ataupun perbezaan yang cukup jelas yang boleh Tuan saksikan sejak daripada OLIS 2013 itu?
Kalau kita lihat dia infrastruktur semakin elok lah. Kita jalan pun jalan okey. Kita nampak ada perubahan di persekitaran. Dari segi persidangan dan proses, dia tak banyak berubah sangat because ini tradisi. Jadi kita memang kalau bolehnya kita ikut tradisi ini sampai bila-bila untuk mengingatkan kita about our background, kenapa kita buat benda ni. Dan benda ni dia jadi satu kebanggaan bagi pengamal sebenarnya. Bagi saya setiap tahun inilah satu acara yang saya tunggu nantikan. Walaupun tahun ni saya tak ada tempat join.
Tak dapat jadi kawan.
Tapi dia memang terbuka untuk semua ya. Yang baru sertai yang baru jadi peguam apa semua boleh join.
Betul. Terbuka semua.
Semua boleh join.
Tapi kalau jabatan peguam negara, jemputan saya. Ada sebelum jemputan. Kalau yang tak dapat jemputan, tak dapat datang.
Macam tuan sendiri berapa lama?
Saya sendiri dalam servis saya dah dalam 15-16 tahun.
OLIS yang pertama bila? OLIS yang pertama.
Saya dapat join OLIS yang pertama pada tahun 2015 kot, 2016 yang masa di Sibu. Yang di Sibu. Ada buat satu dekat situ. My first OLIS lah.
Sebab 2014 di Sabah.
Kalau tak silap saya.
So 2015 di Sarawak lah.
Ya, 2003 betul.
Dia berselang-seli kan?
Dia berselang-seli kan.
Jadi kita masih menantikan untuk sidang mahkamah penuh, sidang mahkamah terbuka ini penuh untuk kita bersama saksikan. Saya cukup teruja sebenarnya Najib untuk nantikan bagaimana ia dijalankan sebenarnya, sebab pertama kali pada saya untuk menyaksikan dia secara langsung. Sebenarnya kita selalu dengar mahkamah terbuka, tapi ini kali pertama untuk kita saksikan sebenarnya.
Baik, penerbit kita nak minta kita berehat untuk seketika, untuk kita sesuaikan dulu signal dan sebagainya di dalam dewan itu. Kembali nanti kita akan teruskan saja ke persidangan pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025 ini. Kita berehat seketika.
Kembali selepas ini, terus setia bersama kami.
Baik, kita jumpa sekali lagi masih lagi di Hikmah Exchange ini untuk siaran langsung pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025. Kita masih lagi bersama dengan 3 gentleman pengamal undang-undang kita di Hikmah Exchange ini, dan Lisa ada soalan tadi kan? Ya, betul. Sebelum kita
teruskan kepada persidangan mahkamah terbuka, sementara kita menantikan kill the time, orang cakap, kita sama dengan Tuan Naromario ada maklumkan sebenarnya kalau kita ikut sejarah LANGSUNG ini bermula pada tahun 2001. Apakah lagi yang mungkin kita boleh tahu mengenai LANGSUNG ini yang bermula pada 2001, berada berlangsungnya upacara tradisi ini dengan perarakan dan kemudian berlangsungnya mahkamah terbuka?
Pada tahun 2001, OLI diperkenalkan oleh mantan Ketua Hakim Negara kita, Tun Richard Malanjung, di Mahkamah Sandakan. Jadi pada masa tu dia dibuat untuk pengamal perundangan di Sabah saja. Dan seterusnya di tahun-tahun berikutnya diadakan di negeri masing-masing. Di Sabah yang diadakan oleh peguam-peguam dan hakim-hakim di Sabah. Di Sarawak juga dibuat oleh peguam-peguam dan hakim di Sarawak.
Tapi pada Sabah-Sabah, Sarawak-Sarawak.
Ya, betul, masing-masing. Tapi pada tahun 2009 untuk pertama kali digabungkan dua-dua negeri, Sabah dan Sarawak, untuk buat satu majlis yang besar di Kota Kinabalu. Jadi itulah kita boleh kata historical moment untuk OLI ni. Sebab itulah pertama kali dia dibuat secara bergabung, melibatkan semua peguam Sabah dan Sarawak, hakim Sabah dan Sarawak.
Di Sabah.
Di Sabah.
Yang pertamanya di Sabah.
Yang pertama sekali di Sabah.
Sebelum ini, pada tahun 2001, Sarawak mengadakan OLI sendiri, di Sabah OLI sendiri. Jadi pada tahun bila sekalikan? 2019
digabungkan.
Di 2019 digabungkan dan dijalankan di Sabah.
Ya, pada 2001 dia diperkenalkan di Sabah.
Diperkenalkan di Sabah.
Di Sandakan. Dan pada tahun seterusnya dibuat masing-masing di negeri sendiri.
Ya. Okay. Cukup unik sebenarnya bila berlangsungnya pada 2019 tu satu momen bersejarah yang boleh diingati sebenarnya khususnya kepada para pengamal undang-undang Sabah dan Sarawak.
Sekarang ini masih belum bermula persidangan di Dewan Utama HEEC ini. Masih lagi menantikan
Dewan hampir penuh.
Ketua Hakim Negara untuk membuka persidangan ini nanti. Dewan nampaknya sudah mula dipenuhi sah.
Ya.
Cuma menantikan saja kehadiran Ketua Hakim Negara.
Baik Tuan, sementara kita menantikan majlis mahkamah terbuka, persidangan mahkamah terbuka berlangsung, mungkin Tuan juga boleh kongsikan sebenarnya kepada penonton khususnya kalau bidang kehakiman ini sebenarnya sangat menarik sebenarnya untuk kita menelusuri sebenarnya. Apa istimewanya kalau kita lihat selain daripada menegakkan keadilan, apa lagi yang mungkin side off yang kita boleh sharekan kepada para penonton sebenarnya Tuan?
Saya rasa kalau kita ada baca atau melihat ucapan daripada Ketua Hakim Negara yang telah diberikan oleh beliau pada 8 hari bulan di Putrajaya, kita boleh lihat bahawa kedudukan tersebut bukan sahaja istimewa dari segi prestige dia, tapi cabaran dia besar juga, sangat besar. Beliau telah mengatakan bahawa dia menerima kecaman kiri kanan, pressure, dan memangnya itu adalah sesuatu yang akan selalunya berlaku dari segi bidang kehakiman ni. Tapi sebab itu seorang hakim seharusnya ada ciri-ciri yang boleh menegakkan keadilan walaupun terdapat cabaran-cabaran yang sedia ada. Sebab itu bukan sebarang orang yang boleh dijadikan hakim. Dan dia ada proses yang ketat bagi pemilihan hakim sekarang.
Jadi di peringkat AG sendiri pastinya satu pejabat yang cukup panas saya kira. Mukhtahir ini, AG ini satu pejabat yang cukup panas. Jadi bagaimana Tuan sendiri Felani, saya kira mau tak mau memang akan terpalit sedikit. Terasa tempiasnya itu pastinya ada. Jadi bahang itu pastinya terasa. Jadi Tuan Fulani sendiri bagaimana untuk menangani seperti yang telah disebutkan tadi, cabaran dia itu lebih lagi sekarang ini menjadi tumpuan. Bagaimana menangani stres itu, Tuan?
Memang tidak dinafikan bahang itu memang terasa. Kami sebab sebagai salah satu pegawai yang berada di dalam lingkungan Jabatan Peguam Negara itu sendiri, benda-benda yang berlaku melibatkan Jabatan Peguam Negara adalah secara tidak langsung akan adalah terkesan jugalah. Tetapi kami percaya bahawa kepimpinan Peguam Negara yang dilantik adalah seorang Peguam Negara yang kredibel.
Okey, baik Tuan. Kita berhenti di situ. Seorang Peguam Negara yang kredibel. Kerana ketika ini kita akan terus pergi ke persidangan di mana kita akan berjumpa ataupun melihat sendiri Peguam Negara, Ketua Hakim Negara semuanya akan berkumpul di sana. Kita terus saja ke Dewan Persidangan Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah dan Sarawak 2025.
The procession of the Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak. The procession of the Right Honourable Chief Justice of Malaysia, the Right Honourable President of the Court of Appeal of Malaysia, the Right Honourable Chief Judge of Malaya, the Right Honourable Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak. Please remain standing for the national anthem Negaraku, the state anthem Sarawak Ibu Pertiwiku, and Sabah Tanah Airku. Please be seated. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to the court choir group Scales of Harmony, led by Tuan Mason Jarolenyan bin Barayan, for their harmonious symphony. The group consists of the dedicated and talented staff of the Sarawak Court under the tutelage of their vocal teacher, Cikgu Muhammad Zul Zamri bin Hashim from Sekolah Kebangsaan Astana. We now would invite Tuan Saiful Bahari bin Azmi to lead the recitation of dua.
Let us begin with recitation of Kitab Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, the sustainer and the cherisher of the heavens and the earth. May the peace and mercy of Allah be upon His Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, companions and followers. Ya Allah, Ya Muhaimin, Ya Aziz, Ya Jabbar, we stand before you today on this occasion of the opening of the legal year Sabah and Sarawak 2025. We humbly seek your guidance, mercy and blessing as we commence another year of serving justice, upholding the rule of law and safeguarding the rights of all. Ya Hayyu, Ya Qayyum, Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, bestow upon us wisdom and understanding, fairness and integrity, and the strength to carry out our duties with sincerity and dedication. Guide the judges, prosecutors, lawyers, and all members of the legal fraternity to act justly, to speak truthfully, and to uphold the principle of justice with impartiality. O Allah, as we embark on this new legal year, we ask for your protection and blessing. Grant us good health, patience, and perseverance in our endeavors, that this year be a year of progress, fairness, and unity for all. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah, wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Tuan, for the recitation of dua just now.
Hear ye, that all who have business before her ladyship, the Right Honourable Chief Justice Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, their lordships and their ladyships, draw near and give your attendance. My ladies and my lords, this is in the matter of the Sabah and Sarawak opening of legal year 2025 holden at Kuching, Sarawak.
I now invite the Honorable Mr. Gubir Singh Sandhu, President of the Phuket Session of Sarawak, AAS, to deliver his speech.
the Right Honourable Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, Chief Justice of Malaysia, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Dato' Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal of Malaysia, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Abdul Rahman bin Sebli, the Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, the Right Honourable Dato' Sri Hasna binti Dato' Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya, the Honourable Dato' Muhammad Dusuki bin Mokhtar, Attorney General of Malaysia, the Honourable Judges of the Federal Court, the Honourable Dato' Haji Awang Sohaili bin Ledi, Chief Judge of the Sharia Courts, the Honourable Judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honourable Members of the Judicial Appointment Commission, the Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honourable Dato' Zamri bin Bakar, Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honourable Dato' Sri Safri bin Ali, State Attorney General of Sarawak, the Honourable Dato' Brendan Keith Soh, State Attorney General of Sabah, my learned friend, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Nazim bin Madarin, President of the Sabah Law Society, my learned friend, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Ezri bin Abdul Wahab, the President of the Malaysian Bar, Presidents and delegates from foreign bar association and societies, registrars from the Chief Registrar's Office, heads and representatives of the federal and state departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, fellow members of the bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to this beautiful capital city of Sarawak. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to be upstanding before you today as the President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak to deliver this address. I would like to firstly extend my heartfelt greetings to my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Muhammad Ezri and Mr. Muhammad Nazim, for their presence in Sarawak today, and especially to our esteemed foreign guests from Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong and Brunei. Your presence here signifies the strong bonds of friendship and commitment to cooperation that we, as legal representatives, share across the border. Sarawak, as many of you have come to find, is a land rich in resources, vibrant culture and diverse people. These are also the colours shared by the legal fraternity in Sarawak, and despite such differences, we are united by our shared commitment of upholding the rule of law and ensuring that justice prevails in every corner of our society. It is in this spirit of unity and collaboration that we come together with the judiciary, the legal officers and all relevant stakeholders to observe the opening of the legal year of Sabah and Sarawak 2025. As we look around the world, we recognize the challenges that many legal systems face in an increasingly interconnected and globalized world. The exchange of ideas, practices and experiences is crucial to our continued development as legal professionals. This is why gatherings like this are so important. They allow us to learn from one another, strengthen our ties and collectively work towards advancing justice, human rights and the rule of law. Here in Sarawak, we understand that our legal community is not isolated, but rather an integral part of the global legal landscape. This has been the direction taken by the association over the last few years to reach out and connect with the world in order to widen our horizons so that we may absorb legal knowledge, know-how and skill to advance ourselves as advocates. This is an activity of utmost importance in view of the exclusive right of audience for Sarawak advocates to practice law in Sarawak, in tandem with Section 8 of the Advocates Ordinance and Article 161B of the Federal Constitution. This is a privilege that we zealously guard. As we come together at this significant occasion, it is essential that we reflect on a fundamental principle that binds us as a legal community, both locally and internationally. This is the rule of law. My ladies and my lords, our legal framework, which incorporates both national and state laws, provides a foundation for governance. The rule of law at its core ensures that everyone, regardless of their status or position, is subject to the law. It provides us with the crucial assurance that the law will be applied fairly, consistently, and most important, impartially. In Sarawak, we are reminded that the rule of law is not only enshrined in our national constitution, but is also reflected in our local customs, traditions, and practices. Our legal system is built on a strong foundation of respect for cultural diversity, recognizing that different communities have their own customary laws that coexist alongside the formal legal system. This harmonious balance allows us to maintain both legal order and respect for cultural fabric of our Sarawak people. In a rapidly changing world, the importance of upholding the rule of law has never been more critical. Globalization, technological advancement, and complex changes such as environmental protection, economic disparities, and human rights issues require us to maintain vigilance in our commitment to justice. Here in Sarawak, we are not immune to these challenges, especially in light of the high-geared development in the new economies the state government has moved Sarawak into. We are constantly navigating the complexities of managing natural resources, ensuring environmental sustainability, and addressing socio-economic inequalities, all while safeguarding the rights and freedoms of every individual. As advocates, we also find ourselves steering complex matters involving multinational organizations that have called Sarawak home. It is crucial that the rule of law is not merely a concept spoken of in legal circles, but a living, breathing principle that permeates all levels of society. This is where the legal community plays a central role. As legal professionals, we must be committed to ensuring access to justice, promoting legal literacy, and ensuring that the legal system is accessible to all, regardless of the background or socio-economic standing. To this end, I am pleased to record that our members' initiatives to provide access to justice has been compelling in 2024, where in total there were more than 1,800 criminal matters which were attended to by our members throughout Sarawak under the Legal Aid Department initiatives. I also record that all persons in Sarawak accused of capital punishment cases have been represented by an advocate, including all cases heard before the Federal Court, sitting in exercise of its revisionary powers made under Act 847. I believe that the statistics, if shared by the judiciary upon the address of Yang Ma'arif Tan Sri, would show that cases filed in Sarawak are moving along positively with limited backlog. At this juncture, I am also instructed to raise the Association's hope that more High Court judges be appointed in the near future to take up existing vacancies in Sarawak. My ladies and my lords, on the part of the state government advancing rule of law, I report that the Ombudsman institution in Sarawak, made under the Premier's Department, plays a crucial role in ensuring accountability, transparency, and justice within our society in the realm of public authorities. In Sarawak, the Ombudsman serves as a crucial bridge between the government and the public. When a citizen feels that their rights have been violated or that they have been treated unfairly by public authorities, the Ombudsman provides a means to seek redress. This is especially important in a diverse society such as ours, where the interests of different communities coming from urban and rural areas must be carefully balanced and protected. The Ombudsman has an important role in investigating complaints and recommending remedies to help restore confidence by shedding light on potential wrongdoings or inefficiencies within public administration. While Sarawak has made significant strides in strengthening its governance frameworks, we must continue to focus on the enhancement and empowerment of the Ombudsman Office, ensuring that the Ombudsman investigations are effective, independent, and free from political or institutional influence. Moreover, public awareness of the Ombudsman role must be promoted so that more people are aware that an avenue is available for seeking justice and accountability when they are wronged by public authorities. My ladies and my lords, a strong legal framework ensures that laws are applied equally to all. Education, in turn, plays a vital role in fostering respect for the rule of law by equipping individuals with the knowledge and understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. By promoting both legal literacy and a culture of respect for the law, education strengthens the foundations of good governance and a functioning democracy. At this juncture, I report that it was decided recently during a meeting with the Ministry of Higher Education that the moratorium for setting up a law school in Sarawak will be lifted. This gives the invaluable opportunity to one education institution to set up a law school here. Such news is definitely welcome by us in Sarawak. In such regards, I also applaud the significant development in the landscape of higher education in Sarawak, which is the abolition of the quota system for admission to our state universities. At this transformative moment in our education system, we will usher in a new era that is guided by meritocracy and fairness for all, regardless of race or religion. This significant shift in This significant shift will ensure that university admissions are now determined by academic performance, aptitude, and the potential a student demonstrates. By abolishing the quota system, we are sending a clear message that in Sarawak, we value the contributions of all communities, but that merit, rather than identity or background, should be the determining factor in assessing opportunities. Every student, regardless of their ethnicity, religion, or region, should feel empowered to pursue their dreams and aspirations based on their academic capabilities to be a contributing member of the society. My ladies and my lords, the rule of law and alternative dispute resolution are closely intertwined, as both aim to ensure fairness, justice, and efficient conflict resolution. ADR offers an effective mechanism to resolve conflicts outside traditional court proceedings. ADR also helps to reduce the burden on courts, promotes amicable resolutions, and often result in outcomes that are more tailored to the needs of parties involved. In fact, this is one of the only avenues where a win-win outcome can be achieved. By supporting the ADR, the rule of law is enforced, as it provides citizens with alternative means of accessing justice. In such regards, it is our hope that the state government move to set up an ADR centre in Sarawak will be expedited in view of the proposed amendments to practice, which will mandate all cases to be set for mediation before the same proceeds for trial or hearing. This is of course a proposal that the association fully supports. My ladies and my lords, on to a matter of utmost importance to the future of Sarawak's legal ecosystem. This is the establishment of a law commission in our state. This is a step that promises to enhance the development of our laws, to strengthen our legal framework, and ensure that justice is served in an efficient, transparent, and equitable manner for all citizens of Sarawak. A law commission is an independent body tasked with reviewing, developing, and reforming the legal system of a jurisdiction. Its role is critical in ensuring that laws remain relevant, efficient, and responsive to the evolving needs of society. In essence, the Law Commission serves as an advisory body that works to improve the quality of legislation, ensuring that it reflects the values of the community and addresses all contemporary issues. The establishment of a Law Commission in Sarawak will provide us with the tools and framework to undertake such reviews and perform reforms in a structured and systematic manner. Sarawak, being one of the largest states in Malaysia, faces distinct challenges when it comes to legal development. While we operate within the framework of the Malaysian legal system, Sarawak also has its own specific set of legal needs and considerations, whether they relate to land rights, indigenous affairs, natural resources, or local governance. Many of these issues require tailored solutions that reflect the realities of our state. Many of our laws, especially those related to land and resource management, have their origins in colonial times or were drafted at a time where the socio-political landscape was vastly different. In fact, we are still relying on UK statutes in Sarawak for certain instances. As our society evolves, it is crucial that our laws evolve with it. The Law Commission will be tasked with conducting regular reviews of outdated laws, obsolete laws, recommending reforms where necessary, and providing advice on new areas of law that may be needed in the modern context. The establishment of a Law Commission would allow Sarawak to have an independent, professional body which is made up of relevant stakeholders dedicated to addressing these challenges. It would ensure that Sarawak's laws remain aligned with the needs of our people, particularly with respect to our indigenous communities, cultural heritage, and unique geographical concerns, including the directions being taken by the state government on ESG and AI, among others. The establishment of a Law Commission is not just a matter of administrative convenience. It is a fundamental step towards ensuring that our legal system remains dynamic, just, and responsive to the evolving needs of society. I call upon all legal professionals and the government to support this initiative, as it represents a collective effort to build a legal framework that reflects the values and aspirations of our people. Together we can lay the foundation for a more just, equitable, and prosperous Sarawak, guided by the laws that are relevant, fair, and forward-thinking. My lords and my ladies, due to time constraints, I'm unable to address the ceremony today on the matters concerning Malaysia Agreement 1963. Nonetheless, I do wish to highlight our hopes that urgent steps be taken to make the necessary amendments to Article 122AB of the Federal Constitution to restore the powers of the head of state of Sarawak to appoint judicial commissioners. I do believe that my learned friend, the State Attorney General of Sarawak, Yang Arif Datuk Seri Safri bin Ali, will address the ceremony on other matters concerning MA63 in his address, and thus I shall leave it to him to elaborate further. My ladies and my lords, the Association records its appreciation to Mr. Muhammad Ezri for delivering the address on behalf of the Association during the opening of the legal year 2025 in Putrajaya. My ladies and my lords, on a final note, I also have the honor today to bid farewell to the top 3 echelons of the judiciary, led by Yang Amarif Tun, whom have shaped the very foundation of our judicial system, whose leadership, wisdom and unwavering commitment to justice have left an indelible mark on our nation. As we reflect on their long, extraordinary service to the nation, we are reminded of the integrity they embodied, the impartiality they upheld, and the countless contributions they made to ensuring that the rule of law remained the cornerstone of our democracy. Their decisions not only shaped the legal landscape but also guided our society towards fairness and equality. Through their years of service, they have upheld the values of justice, dignity, and the protection of rights, always ensuring that the law serves the people and not the other way around. They have exemplified what it means to be true servants of the law, dispassionate and resolute. As they step away from their roles at the pinnacle of the judiciary in the coming months, we acknowledge the monumental impact they have had, not just within the courts, but on the very fabric of our nation. Their leadership has inspired countless individuals within the legal community and beyond, and their legacy will continue to influence and guide us for years to come. We thank them for their immense dedication and service. While their tenure may be ending, their contributions will forever be etched in the chronicles of our judiciary's history. We wish them all the best in their future endeavours, and may they continue to inspire as they move forward in their journeys. Let there be no doubt that you, Yang Marif Tun, and your esteemed colleagues have laboured through your every fibre of your being to validate the trust the society had in your ability to be a wise and fair judge on every issue that came before the court. On behalf of the entire legal community in Sarawak, thank you for your devoted service to Malaysia, and I must say you are leaving your respective positions with exceptionally large boots to fill. I conclude by saying that the law is not static. It is our responsibility to ensure that it remains relevant and capable of safeguarding the rights of future generations. Concurrently, it is also our obligation as advocates to be equipped with the latest information and skills to advance such laws. As legal professionals, we have a duty to lead by example, to uphold the values of justice, fairness and equality, and to remain steadfast in our commitment to the rule of law. My ladies and my lords, on behalf of the Advocates Association of Sarawak, we extend to your ladyship, your lordships, and all present here today warm wishes and prayers for good health, continuing wisdom, strength, and fortitude for the year ahead. My ladies and my lords, I am very much obliged. Thank you.
Thank you, Gubir Singh. I now invite Honorable Mr. Mohammed Nazim bin Madwarin, President of the Law Society SLS, to deliver his speech.
Oops, sorry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. May it please my lords, the Right Honourable Tun Tengku Maimun bin Tuan Mat, Chief Justice of Malaysia and spouse, Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Zamani bin Haji Ibrahim, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Datuk Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal Malaysia, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Abdul Rahman bin Sebli, the Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, the Right Honourable Datuk Sri Hasnah bin Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya, the Honourable Datuk Muhammad Dusuki bin Mukhtar, Attorney General of Malaysia, the Honourable Judges of the Federal Court, the Right Honourable Datuk Haji Awang Suhaili bin Ledi, Chief Judge of the Syari'i Court Sarawak, the Honourable Judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honourable Members of the Judicial Appointment Commission, the Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honourable Datuk Zamri bin Bakar, Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Sri Safri bin Ali, State Attorney General of Sarawak, the Honorable Datuk Brandon Keith So, State Attorney General of Sabah, the Honorable Datuk Sri J.C. Hong, Legal Counsel, Government of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Gurveer Singh Sandhu, President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Ezri bin Abdul Wahab, President of the Malaysian Bar, Presidents and delegates from foreign bar associations, Honorable academicians, registrars from the Chief Registrar's Office, heads and representatives of the federal and state departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, members of the bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My lords, please allow me to give a short pantun 4 kerat. Ingin rasa memakan kari, kari cendawan, batang keladi. Girang rasa tidak terperi, bertemu yang arif, tuan-tuan dan rakan-rakan bijaksana yang baik budi. Today, as we open the legal year for 2025, the Sabah Law Society would like to take a moment to reflect on who we are and what we've achieved. The Sabah Law Society, established as a statutory body on 1st July 2017, has grown over the past 7 years into something far greater than just a bar. We are not 24,000 strong like our brothers in the Malaysian bar. We are not 1,000 plus strong to 2,000 like our brothers from the Sarawak bar. We are 861. We are small, but we are 861 strong, rooted in Sabah and ready for the world. This past year, SLS has proved that we are more than just legal practitioners. We are the voice of Sabah, and we've shown this through our unwavering commitment to the 40% suit. Let me be clear. The 40% suit is not just another legal case. It's a battle to enforce a constitutionally framed financial obligation owed by the federal government to Sabah. Our battles as the Sabah Law Society are fundamentally different from the battles fought by other bars in Malaysia. As I said earlier, we are not 24,000 strong. We are 861, and we keep it real. We fight for our state, and we fight for Sabahans. Our fight is rooted in a promise enshrined in the federal constitution that has yet to be fulfilled. We're not stirring the pot. This is not about seeking controversy, and it's not about seeking popularity. We Sabahans are 100% Malaysian, and our loyalty is to Malaysia. However, the 40% suit is 100% legit and 100% necessary legal action to ensure Sabah's rights in Malaysia are recognized and upheld. It's a fight for fairness, for justice, and for what is rightfully ours. It's a fight to ensure that Sabah receives its 40% share of the net revenue derived by the federal government from our state. My lords, the Sabah Bar has always been a reflection of the strength and diversity of Sabah itself. From its earliest days as the Sabah Law Association to its establishment as a statutory body, the Sabah Law Society, in 2017, our leadership and our membership has embodied the principle that dedication, vision, integrity transcends differences. Over the years, we have shown that what unites us is far greater than what sets us apart. Our ability to embrace others of diverse perspectives and approaches underscores our commitment to inclusivity and progress. This diversity is not just symbolic, but it strengthens us as a legal fraternity. It reminds us that the fight for justice must always reflect the breadth and depth of the community that we serve. Now, my lords, as an institution, we have grown and evolved. We grew up and we also grew teeth. There's a saying in Japanese which goes, Shonen wa ima senshi ni kawaru, which translates, the boy is now becoming a warrior. And this evolution is what enabled us to take on giants and fight battles, not knowing whether or not we will win, to protect Sabah. When it comes to defending Sabah's rights, there's no backing down. It's serious business. We stand 10 toes in when we're standing on business. In the fight for Sabah rights, we're big steppers, with top-notch pros who bring the most, not the lesser. Because unlike other legal battles, ours is not just about principle, but it's about delivering concrete results for the people of Sabah. Now, this is just more than litigation. It's advocacy, education, and asking the federal government to fulfill their constitutional obligations, fulfill the promises enshrined in the Constitution, because when a promise remains unfulfilled for decades, it's no longer an oversight. It is an injustice. My lords, jika kerbau dipegang pada talinya, manusia dipegang pada janjinya. We in Sabah hold on to that promise. This isn't just about us. It's about our children, our communities, and the future. We hope one day, when history looks back on this chapter, it will say, Sabah lawyers never back down. We believe that judicial independence and judicial power is the heart of constitutional supremacy. That is why by commencing the 40% suit in court, we are not merely seeking resolution for Sabah, but reaffirming the Constitution's supremacy. This is not just our duty as lawyers, but our responsibility to the people we serve. Now, while we are on the subject of Sabah's role within the Federation, it's important to note that our state has always supported the collective growth of Malaysia's judiciary. Sabah has a deep pool of talented legal minds who are ready and eager to contribute at the highest levels, including in national institutions like the Judicial Appointments Commission, JAC. We look forward to the day when we will see Sabahans in national institutions like the JAC and hope that more Sabahans will have opportunity to serve and contribute in ways that strengthen our federation while respecting the rich diversity of its people. My lords, one of the most significant milestones this year has been our progress towards introducing limited liability law partnership for Sabah lawyers. This modern legal structure is set to revolutionize how we practice law, ensuring our members are equipped to navigate the evolving demands of the profession. With LLLPs, lawyers in Sabah will benefit from limited liability, financial flexibility, encouragement of collaboration, and global alignment. This structure offers our members a secure, progressive platform to expand their practices while maintaining professional accountability. It ensures that Sabah lawyers are not just keeping up with the times, but leading the way in innovation and excellence. My lords, the work of the International Relations Subcommittee has firmly positioned Sabah on the global legal stage. The International Relations Subcommittee, led by our immediate past president, Dato' Roger Chin, who played a pivotal role in positioning Sabah on the global legal stage. In 2024, we reached new heights in international engagement. We hosted delegations from the Korean Bar, fostering meaningful exchange of ideas and opportunities. Our visits to to Japan and China opened doors for collaboration that extend beyond borders, introducing Sabah's legal expertise to the world and creating new opportunity for our members. Meanwhile, our Borneo Advocacy Training Center, BATC, has achieved major milestone by becoming an affiliate of the International Advocacy Training Council, IATC. This affiliation places us alongside some of the world's most prestigious legal institutions and has already resulted in BATC-trained trainers conducting advocacy courses not just in Sabah, but also in Sarawak, Singapore, and Hong Kong. These achievements are more than just symbolic. They are foundation for real, lasting opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, my lord, Sabah's proximity to Ibu Kota Nusantara, Indonesia's new capital, further positions us to play a vital role in cross-border legal collaboration. With Sabah's unique ability to bridge cultures and our lawyers' language skills, we are poised to become indispensable partners in regional legal matters. We are no longer just 861 lawyers rooted in Sabah. We are 861 lawyers ready to serve the world, armed with skills, connections, and a vision for truly global Sabah legal fraternity. Sabah, strategically located along the 21st century maritime Silk Road, plays a significant role in China's Belt and Road Initiative. Our geographical position places it at the crossroads of major maritime trade routes, connecting East Asia, Southeast Asia, and beyond, making Sabah an integral part of the BRI's regional development framework. This position and its rich resources have attracted substantial Chinese investments, fostering economic growth and bilateral cooperation. As a crucial point on the maritime Silk Road, Sabah has become an appealing destination for Chinese enterprises. The post-pandemic era has seen amplified investment with projects spanning high-end manufacturing, green energy, logistics, and transportation. Notably, the China-based Kibing Group has invested nearly 3 billion ringgit in photovoltaic glass production line and silica sand mining and processing projects in Kota Kinabalu Industrial Park and Kudak. To further enhance Sabah's engagement in the BRI, the Sabah Law Society has proactively signed memorandum of understandings with the bar associations in China and Hong Kong, solidifying its commitment to cross-border legal collaboration. These MOUs position SLS as key legal partner in facilitating BRI-related projects, ensuring that legal frameworks are respected and that Sabah's interests are protected. My lords, our work doesn't stop at legal suits. The Sabah Law Society, through its various subcommittees, respectively has stepped up for those who are vulnerable and need us most. Through Suhakam training and establishment of our stateless task force, we've equipped ourselves to fight for the most vulnerable. We've brought the law to the people, whether through mobile courts in remote areas or through legal aid clinics in the heart of the city. This isn't charity, it's our duty, and we carry it out with pride and purpose because justice belongs to everyone. Meanwhile, my lords, the Native Customary Laws, Customs and Culture Subcommittee has continued its critical work on the law reforms to refine and strengthen Sabah's native legal framework. Through participation in 3 legal reform task forces under Sabah Native Affairs Council, we have contributed to finalizing the draft Native Court Enactment 2024. We have proposed reforms for the definition of native under the Interpretation Ordinance 1952 and enhanced the registration of Native Court advocates, ensuring qualified representation in the Native High Court and the Native Court of Appeal. These efforts highlight our commitment to preserving Sabah's unique cultural identity while ensuring its legal system remain robust and relevant. My lords, in 2024, I declare that Sabah Law Society will prioritize upskilling and reskilling to our members to meet the demands of the fast-evolving legal landscape. I'm pleased to report that we have made significant strides toward that goal. We have organized over 21 CPD events in 2024 and delivered a total of 86 CPD points to our members. Importantly, the CPD subcommittee has ensured these opportunities are accessible to all members, including those in remote areas, by leveraging virtual platforms and recording sessions for on-demand learning. Through these efforts, we are equipping our members with the tools they need, not just to adapt, but to lead. Also, my lords, at the 2024 OLY, we emphasize the urgent need to update Sabah's legal framework, pointing out that some of our laws no longer serve the realities of our growing state. Today, I'm proud to share that progress has been made. 2 critical enactments are expected to be tabled in the State Assembly by the first half of 2025 to address issues that have long hindered development: the Land Subsidiary Title Enactment 2025 and the Building Management Enactment. Land Subsidiary Title Enactment 2025 will replace the outdated 1972 enactment, introducing a more efficient process for land subsidiary title applications. This includes provisions for phase developments where applications can be submitted phase by phase instead of waiting for the completion of all phases. Meanwhile, the Building Management Enactment, a new law under the Ministry of Local Housing or Local Government and Housing, will address building management issues that have caused delays in development. Crucially, it will ensure that management corporations can be properly registered as soon as land titles are issued, expediting future development process. Sabah is also charting a bold course in renewable energy with the Sabah Energy Roadmap and Master Plan 2040 and the Sabah Renewable Energy Enactment 2024, aiming for 40% lagi, my lord, of renewable energy by 2030. These efforts align with initiatives like the BIM IAGA Renewable Energy Certificate System, placing Sabah at the heart of regional energy collaboration. These developments are testament to what can be achieved when everyone comes together to advocate for meaningful change. This is the power of progress. We identify issues, advocate for change, and work together. As we step to 2025, we will carry this momentum forward. The Sabah Law Society is more than a bar. We are a movement for justice and progress. We've proven that we are 861 strong, not just in numbers, but in resolve and action. We hope that 2025 will be the year that we rise even higher, we stand even taller, and we serve even better. Because when we stand together, we are unstoppable. My lords, bunga seroja di atas para, jatuh ditimpa buah berangan. Andai kata tersilap bicara, kemaafan jua kami pohonkan. Happy New Year 2025, my lords. Much obliged.
The Right Honorable Datuk Haji Awang Suhaili bin Lady, Chief Judge of the Syariah Court Sarawak, the Honorable Judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Members of the Judicial Appointment Commission, the Honorable Judges and Judicial Commissioner of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honorable Datuk Zamri bin Bakar, Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Brandon Kitsoh, State Attorney General of Sabah, the Honorable Datuk Sri J.C. Fong, State Legal Advisor of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Gurveer Singh Sandhu, President of the Advocate Association of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Nazim bin Madwarin, President of the Sabah Law Society, the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Azri bin Abdul Wahab, President of the Malaysian Bar, Presidents and delegates from Foreign Bar Association, the Honorable Academician, Registrar from the Chief Registrar Office, heads and representative of the Federal and State Departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, members of the Bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the Right Honorable Tan Sri Datuk Sri Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak and the Judiciary for inviting the Sarawak State Attorney General Chambers to participate and be given the opportunity to say a few words at the opening of the legal year Sabah and Sarawak 2025. It is indeed an honor for us to be given an opportunity to attend this time-honored tradition to reflect on the progress and contribution that we have made as participants in the legal system of the country. It is a great experience to be here again alongside our brothers and sisters of the legal fraternity to celebrate this opening of the legal year. And I hope and pray that 2025 is filled with endless possibilities and prosperity for the judiciary, the legal fraternity, and the people of Sabah and Sarawak. I'm happy to share few of our Chamber's accomplishments for the year 2024, particularly regarding the new legislation drafted by the Chambers. In the year 2024, a number of bills were passed by the Sarawak State Legislative Assembly during its sittings in May and November. I would like to highlight some of these new ordinances which have a profound impact on the Sarawak legal landscape. Sarawak Ports Authority Ordinance 2024. In 2024, Sarawak achieved a major milestone, especially in the port industry, with the enactment of the new Ports Authority Ordinance 2024, repealing the Ports Authority Ordinance 1961, which has served us for over 6 decades. The new ordinance is a transformative piece of legislation designed to modernize and the governance and operation of ports across Sarawak by introducing a new framework to streamline management, standardize policies, and enhance operational efficiency across all ports with the establishment of Sarawak Ports Authority as a centralized regulatory body overseeing the management and operation of the ports. The ordinance addresses critical areas of port governance, including corporatization, privatization, and enhanced service delivery. Through its licensing framework, it facilitates the transition of ports operation into corporate entities, fostering financial discipline and good corporate governance while enabling private sector's involvement to further drive innovation and competitiveness. This phased approach from interim operations to eventual privatization ensures a smooth transition that maintains high standard of service while embracing global best practices. The enactment of this ordinance is not merely a legislative success, but a testament to Sarawak's visions for the future. A vision that leverages Sarawak's strategic geographical location and abundant natural resources to build a competitive and sustainable port ecosystem. As we step into a new era of port governance, this ordinance will play a critical role in driving Sarawak's economic transformation and ensuring our readiness to meet the demands of a rapidly evolving global trade landscape. Sarawak Hydrogen Regulatory Framework. In 2024, Sarawak reached another milestone in its clean energy journey with the amendment to the Sarawak Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016, making it the first in Malaysia to specifically regulate the activities and matters involving hydrogen in Sarawak. This forward-looking piece of legislation redefines the scope of the ordinance to include hydrogen as a regulated gas, addressing the unique requirement of this emerging energy resource. Aligned with its new initiative in promoting green and renewable energy, this legislative enhancement set the foundation for safe and efficient generation, storage, transportation, and utilization of hydrogen in Sarawak, a vital component of the global transition to cleaner energy system. Further, this legal framework is not only a response to the growing demand for green energy, but also a proactive measure to position Sarawak as a leader in the hydrogen economy. The establishment of comprehensive regulations demonstrates Sarawak's commitment to fostering a transparent, investor-friendly environment that encourages innovation and collaboration in clean energy development. As part of the legal fraternity in Sarawak, I'm proud to say that this legislative achievement is more than just a regulatory milestone. It is a bold declaration of Sarawak's vision for a sustainable future, as Sarawak is not only advancing its hydrogen ambitions through this amendment, but also inspiring confidence in its ability to lead the way toward a sustainable and resilient energy future. The initiative of Sarawak government towards promoting green energy and economy is further supported by the passing of the Natural Resources and Environment Ordinance 2024. This ordinance repealed the old legislation, the Natural Resources and Environment Ordinance Cap 84 1950th edition, where it provides for better provision to conserve, manage and enhance the environment and natural resources, control pollution and other matters related to it. Further, this new ordinance allows Sarawak to implement the provision on scheduled waste and other provision in the Environmental Quality Act 1974 in phases, as agreed between the federal government and the Sarawak government under the Malaysia Agreement Act 1963 exercise. The passing of this ordinance demonstrates Sarawak's commitment to protecting and preserving its natural wealth as key driver of economic prosperity and a legacy sustainably for future generations. It also empowers Sarawak to determine its environmental policies by providing the necessary tool to build a resilient and equitable future as outlined in Sarawak Post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030. Malaysia Agreement 1963. Sarawak has made significant progress in claiming its rights under the MA 63, such as reaffirming its status as an equal partner in the Malaysian Federation. In 2024, one of the most notable milestones is the historic transfer of the Bintulu port from the federal government to the Sarawak government. This was accomplished through the passing of the Bintulu Port Authority Dissolution Act 2024 and the declaration of an area within Bintulu district to be a federal port repeal Act 2024 in Parliament. The State Attorney General Chambers extends its heartfelt gratitude to the federal government and the Federal Attorney General Chambers for their invaluable support in achieving this significant milestone. Their cooperation has been instrumental in advancing Sarawak's effort to reclaim its right under the MA 63. SAGC remains steadfast and committed in its effort to safeguard this right as outlined in the Global Commission report, the IGC report, MA 63 and the Federal Constitution. In this regard, I'm reminded by the decision of the Federal Court in the case of Datuk Haji Muhammad Tufail bin Mahmud and others versus Datuk Ting Chet Si 209, where His Lordship Justice Tun Zaki, in his decision, emphasized the importance of the safeguards contained in the Global Commission report, the IGC reports, and the MA 63. His Lordship highlighted that these safeguards and assurance were pivotal in securing Sarawak's agreement to participate in the formation of Malaysia. This recognition underscores the enduring significance of these safeguards, which continue to serve as a cornerstone in the protection of Sarawak rights and autonomy. In addition to a series of achievements mentioned earlier, the year 2024 also marked Sarawak emerged as a pioneer in carbon capture, utilization and storage (CCUS) initiative in Malaysia. Recognizing its potential as part of global player in reducing greenhouse gas emission and supporting the global transition to a low-carbon economy, Sarawak leveraged its rich geological structure by identifying potential carbon storage sites within its territory, which are pertinent to the success of this initiative. Sarawak, underpinned by a strong legal framework, tailored to support the development and regulation to this transformative technology by enacting and amending the following legislation: the Land Code, the Land Carbon Storage Rule 2020-2022, the Natural Resources and Environment Control or Conveyance of Scheduled Gases Rules 2024, Environment Reduction of Greenhouse Gases Emission Flaring and Venting Rules 2024, and Environment Reduction of Greenhouse Gases Emission Qualification and Registration of Accredited External Auditors Rules 2024. This legislation provides a comprehensive regulatory framework, all-encompassing, to regulate the activities that involve carbon emission, the development of CCS facilities and storage sites, conveyance of carbon, its injection into the storage, up to the maintenance of the storage and liabilities of the licensee as well as the storage user. Sarawak is not only contributing by playing significant role to combat the global issue on climate change, but also laying the foundation for a sustainable and resilient energy future. Close cooperation with the Judiciary, Federal Aegis, and the Advocate Association of Sarawak. SAGC is deeply committed to fostering a close and collaborative working relationship with both Judiciary and our counterparts at the Federal Attorney General Chambers, and I'm particularly proud that our Chamber's active participation and contribution through the initiatives such as the Legal Synergy Workshop. This workshop served as a platform for knowledge sharing and professional development, bringing together distinguished speakers from the Judiciary and the Federal Attorney General Chambers to share their extensive expertise and insights. Their contribution, drawn from years of practice in their respective fields, play a vital role in equipping our officers with the latest knowledge and skills needed to excel in an ever-evolving legal landscape. Notably, we had the privilege of inviting Yang Arif Dr. Muhammad Johan Lee from the Judiciary, whose extensive knowledge and experience in competition law and its policies in Malaysia have provided invaluable insights to the officers of our chambers. In addition, chambers have collaborated with the Special Select Committee of Law Revision, which also includes the Advocate Association of Sarawak, in a comprehensive effort to review over 3,000 outdated laws in Malaysia. This initiative aims to ensure that the country legislation remains relevant, effective, and aligned with the current societal needs and development. Before concluding my speech, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Yang Amat Arif, Datuk Sri Hasnah, Datuk Muhammad Hashim, on her appointment as Chief Judge of Malaya, the third highest position in Malaysia's judiciary. This remarkable achievement reflects her distinguished judicial career and unwavering commitment in upholding the rule of law. Certainly, her leadership will enrich judiciary with her invaluable knowledge and experience. I also wish to commend the appointment of Datuk Muhammad Dusuki Mohtar as the Malaysia's new Attorney General Chambers. Having served as the head of the Appellate and Trial Division in the Attorney General Chambers, Datuk Muhammad Dusuki brings a wealth of public service experience and proven leadership. His expertise positions him well to address the legal and constitutional challenges that lie ahead, building on the legacy of his predecessors. To conclude, I wish to assure the people of Sarawak and the State Attorney General Chambers remain steadfast in its commitment to a fair and legal and diligent administration of the law. We will continue to act professionally with unwavering dedication to uphold justice for the people of Sarawak. Finally, on behalf of my esteemed colleagues in the State Attorney General Chambers, I would like to convey our warmest New Year wishes to the Chief Justice, Presidents of the Court of Appeal, Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, Chief Judge of Malaya, Honorable Judges, and all members of legal fraternity. May the year of 2025 bring good health, happiness, and success for everyone. Much obliged.
Thank you, Datuk Sri Safri. I now invite the Honorable Datuk Brandon Kitso, State General of Sabah, to deliver.
The Right Honourable Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, Chief Justice of Malaysia, and spouse Yang Amat Berbahagia Datuk Haji Zamani bin Haji Ibrahim, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Datuk Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal of Malaysia, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Abdul Rahman bin Sebli, the Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, the Right Honourable Datuk Sri Hasna binti Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya, Honourable Datuk Muhammad Dusuki bin Mokhtar, Attorney General of Malaysia, Honourable Judges of the Federal Court, Right Honourable Datuk Haji Awang Suhaili bin Ledi, Chief Judge of the Syariah Court, Sarawak, the Honourable Judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honourable Members of the Judicial Appointments Commission, Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and the High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honourable Datuk Zamri bin Bakar, the Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honorable Datuk Sri Safri bin Ali, the State Attorney General of Sarawak, the Honorable Datuk Sri J.C. Fong, former State Attorney General of Sarawak and State Legal Advisor for the State Government of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Gurveer Singh Sandhu, President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak, the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Nazim bin Majurin, President of the Sabah Law Society, the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Ezri bin Abdul Wahab, the President of the Malaysian Bar, Presidents and delegates from foreign bar associations, Honorable academicians, registrars from the Chief Registrar's Office, heads and representatives of federal and state departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, members of the bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the State Attorney General Chambers of Sabah, I wish to extend both our warmest salutations and commendations to everyone present for this joint opening of the legal year 2025 for Sabah and Sarawak, here in this fascinating city of Kuching, which retains much of its old world charm. This significant event is a distinct tradition for us all to collectively reflect on both the challenges and achievements of 2024, and at the same time, provide us with the opportunity to chart and record our ambitions for the year ahead. No opening of the legal year is complete without making reference to that time-honored and fundamental principle, the rule of law. The then Attorney General for England and Wales, the Right Honourable Victoria Prentice KC, sought to define the concept in 2023, and I quote, "The rule of law is the principle that the law applies to everyone, that no one is above the law, and, in particular, that the government must comply with the law and that power is not exercised arbitrarily. It requires that all persons have access to courts that are independent. These courts must resolve disputes objectively in accordance with legal principles, and laws should be accessible, intelligible, clear, and predictable." With that elucidation, we are reminded that we are all stakeholders in upholding the rule of law, both in our own right and in respectful relationship to one another, towards ensuring an effective framework of governance for our state and nation. Having that concept as a backdrop, I would like to highlight some of our legislative accomplishments for 2024, a key role of ours that resonates with the needs and expectations of the state government and the community at large. In line with the pressing global concerns on the energy trilemma, namely energy security, environmental sustainability, and energy equity, the state passed the Electricity Supply Act, the Renewable Energy Enactment, and the Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion Enactment, thus showcasing Sabah's commitment and autonomy over power and adaptation to the ever-evolving landscape of alternative energy. These laws not only provide a regulatory framework for diversifying our energy sources, but also pave the way for a more resilient future. Last year saw the repeal of the 2004 Sharia Courts enactment to be replaced with the 2024 version. This law introduced a four-tier court system, culminating in a Sharia Supreme Court, amongst other progressive initiatives towards enhancing Sharia judicial efficiency and offering a more robust mechanism for justice in Sharia matters. At this juncture, it is necessary for me to record and acknowledge my predecessor, Datuk Noor Asya binti Muhammad Yusof, for her leadership, contributions, and dedication towards many of the Chamber's accomplishments in 2024. Late last year, we witnessed further legislative enhancements with amendments to the Parks Enactment 1984 and the Agricultural Produce Board Enactment 1981. The former introduced a comprehensive management plan and zoning framework for our treasured parks and nature reserves, reinforcing our commitment to conservation and sustainable development. The latter expanded the functions of the Agricultural Produce Board, strengthening enforcement provisions, ensuring greater support and accountability in our agricultural sector, towards the food security needs of the state. Now, the laws passed in 2024 stand as a testament to our shared vision, a vision of progress that balances tradition with innovation, conservation with growth, and state autonomy with national unity. This year, as mentioned by President of the Sabah Law Society, the drafting initiatives are for fresh building management legislation, which will likely involve amendments to relevant existing laws. This will pave the way for the expedited issuance of subsidiary titles, the formation of management corporations with improved effectiveness, quality, and transparency in the creation of a regulatory role for a building commissioner. The working committee consists of key stakeholders and members of the Sabah Law Society. Their commitment has been resolute, for which I am grateful. In addition, the state sales tax law is targeted to be revamped. This is a major source of revenue for the state and is sought to be upgraded, strengthened, and streamlined to be more effective, ensuring that the collection of this revenue is accurate, uniform, cost-effective, and convenient. Another substantive drafting exercise will involve the native courts. Key areas of improvement will entail an expanded jurisdiction involving native customary law and adat, an enhanced court structure, together with formal mediation mechanisms and conflict resolution provisions for promoting amicable settlements in line with native customs. The objective is to enhance the recognition and the relevancy of this important traditional platform of dispute resolution into our modern era. At this juncture, allow me to announce that the state has agreed to support the administrative formation of a Law Reform Advisory Council, to be chaired by Tan Sri David Wong, the former Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, together with a number of seasoned practitioners from the bar. The role will be to review the archaic and obsolete laws which require reform and to make recommendations for repeal, amendments, and fresh laws to reflect the current socio-economic and developmental needs of the state. In a similar vein of coordinating our roles for a common cause, the recently concluded 4th Borneo Colloquium on Environmental Justice, which was co-organized by the judiciary, led by the KK Working Group on Environment, WWF Malaysia, and our chambers. Now, this was the first time that we shared this responsibility, and I express my profound gratitude to the judiciary for involving us. May this be the start of many more collaborations between our respective institutions for the future. Related to environmental justice is the recent establishment of an enforcement and prosecution section within our chambers. I extend my gratitude to the Federal Attorney General for appointing 5 of our legal officers as Deputy Public Prosecutors for the purposes of authorizing prosecution of state offenses. Although this is a small beginning, I'm hoping that we punch above our weight moving forward. Another significant part of our work involves the Malaysia Agreement, 1963. Now, much progress has already been reported, with 11 claims having been successfully resolved. Among them, the designation of the Public Works Department as a technical department which provides autonomy to the state, the handover of the regulatory role for electricity and gas to Sabah, and representation from both the states of Sabah and Sarawak to the Inland Revenue Board by way of an amendment to the IRB Act. There are still a number of critical matters pending, one of which is the pursuit of the 1/3 parliamentary seats from the Borneo states. This safeguard was recognized by our forefathers in forming Malaysia to give an assurance that the constitutional rights of the Borneo states could not be altered by a constitutional amendment without the support of MPs from Sabah and Sarawak. When Singapore left the Federation, their 15 seats were not redistributed to the Borneo states. A 1/3 representation will also ensure that the Borneo states have a greater participation and say in Malaysia's future. We should perceive this issue through a nation-building lens, and with the support of the respective Attorney Generals, I am optimistic that with the continued discussions and political will, further progress on this issue will be made. At this juncture, allow me to share my thoughts on our role as the legal advisor to the state government. On the one hand, we ought to facilitate the government in achieving its policy agenda in accordance with the law, recognizing their democratic mandate. On the other hand, in carrying out our duties, we are mandated to provide objective, unbiased, and independent legal advice. Our role is to advise faithfully on the law and not permit political considerations from disrupting the advice. In this respect, we are obligated to advise the government whether something is legally defensible or not, as the case may be. This means that we have to be unyielding and pragmatic in giving our carefully considered advice. To this end, and given the confidentiality obligations, there are many instances where the legal officers of the chambers have advised on proposed government action, which the general public will be unaware. Although largely unseen, in the greater scheme of things, we act as a crucial check within the government. In addition, we have that duty in any event to represent our client, the government, in court proceedings under all circumstances. Bearing in mind that we have an overriding duty to the court, in doing so we must present the facts and the law in a professional and a just manner. Today is an opportune time to remind ourselves of these responsibilities as we carry them forward for the year. I would like to say a few words about young Ahmed Arif Tun's speech, the opening of the legal year in Putrajaya on Wednesday. It reminded me of my privilege of speaking in a different capacity then at young Ahmed Arif Tun's elevation ceremony on the 17th of May, 2019. Back then, I had said at that significant event the following: notwithstanding your ladyship's even-handed but firm approach, attributes that will enable you to chart a level-headed course to overcome any obstacle, it would be amiss of me to not recognize the immense responsibilities and obligations that accompany this noble and lofty chair. Principally among these include the public confidence in the judiciary, which is paramount. Inextricably linked with this notion is its independence, both institutional and decisional. This essential concept and principle of our Constitution is not an end in itself, but is a means to achieving an end. That end being to secure an efficient, expeditious, and impartial delivery of justice. Let the recent celebrated federal court decision of Seminya Jaya be the cornerstone to achieving that purpose. Young Ahmed Arif Tun has reinforced that notion of constitutional supremacy, our rule of law. With a great sense of reverence, I am sure I am one of many who will say that the landmark cases young Ahmed Arif Tun has presided over will no doubt continue to leave inerasable precedents for the future of our legal fraternity and our nation. Thank you. Thank you, young Ahmed Arif Tun. Now, circling back where I started, Victoria Prentice's successor and current Attorney General of England and Wales, the Right Honourable Richard Hermer KC, at his swearing-in ceremony at the Royal Courts of Justice said this, and I quote, "It is our job to speak truth to power. Sometimes we will get it wrong, and in their judgments, these courts will explain why, and we will seek to learn and do better. This is how our system works. It is," Lord Bingham said, "cardinal feature of the modern democratic state and the cornerstone of the rule of law." With that, and on behalf of the State Attorney General Chambers of Sabah, I pledge the fullest support for the judiciary in the discharge of your constitutional responsibility to administer justice. Permit me to take the opportunity to congratulate the recent appointments and elevations from Sabah, namely the Honourable Justice Zaliha binti Muhammad Yusuf Khan as Judicial Commissioner and the Honourable Justice Ismail bin Ibrahim as Judge of the Court of Appeal. We wish them the very best in their appointments. In conclusion, here in Sarawak, it would only be apt for me to quote a pantun in Iban. Engkau bala menyadik, tak bergulai. Adat basah, anang dilupa. Atur, diadil, atur, dipandai. Gambik, sanang, tantang hidup di dunia. Translated, together with our brothers and sisters, customs and traditions must not be forgotten. A wise and just system is the way, bringing peace and ease to life in this world. I wish everyone the very best for 2025. May we all accomplish our aspirations for this year in pursuit of our virtuous and legal duties. Thank you. Much obliged.
Thank you, Dato' Brandon Kitso. I now invite the Honorable Dato' Muhammad Dusuki bin Mokhtar, Attorney General of Malaysia, to deliver his.
May it please your honours, the Right Honourable Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, Chief Justice of Malaysia and spouse, Yang Amat Berbahagia Datuk Haji Zamani bin Haji Ibrahim, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Datuk Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal Malaysia, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Abdul Rahman bin Sebli, the Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, the Right Honourable Datuk Sri Hasnah binti Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya, the Honourable Judges of the Federal Court, the Right Honourable Datuk Haji Awan Suhaili bin Ledi, Chief Judge of the Syariah Court Sarawak, the Honourable Judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honourable Members of the Judicial Appointment Commission, the Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honourable Datuk Zamri bin Bakar, Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honourable Datuk Sri Safri bin Ali, State Attorney General of Sarawak, the Honourable Datuk Brandon Keith So, State Attorney General of Sabah, the Honourable Datuk Sri J.C. Fong, Legal Counsel of the Government State of Sarawak, the Honourable Mr. Gurveer Singh Sandhu, President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Nazim bin Madwarin, President of the Sabah Law Society, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Azri bin Abdul Wahab, President of the Malaysian Bar, President and delegates from foreign bar associations, the Honourable academicians, registrars from the Chief Registrar's Office, heads and representatives of the federal and state departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and warm greetings and salam Malaysia Madani. It is with great respect and profound honor that I stand before you today as we gather to mark the opening of the legal year of Sabah and Sarawak 2025. This event is not only a celebration of our vital role in society, but also a moment to reflect on the progress of our legal system, the challenges we have faced and the path ahead. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the members of Judiciary for this event and utmost gratitude for being part of this grandiose tradition. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by acknowledging the immense contribution and achievements of AGC officers, which reflect on the sacrifices and the memories that have shaped our journey throughout the year of 2024. Amongst most notable highlights are as follows. Firstly, AGC have collaborated with the Ministry of Home Affairs to ensure that Constitution Amendment Bill 2024, which leads to the historic amendments of the Federal Constitution, among others, accorded equal rights to citizenship by operation of law for children born outside the Federation whose mothers were Malaysian citizens at the time of the children's birth. Secondly, AGC has successfully disposed all of the 1,056 applications fixed in the federal court since the coming into force of the revision of sentence of death and imprisonment for natural life temporary jurisdiction of the Federal Court Act 2024 on 12 September 2023. Thirdly, AGC has played a major role in asserting Malaysia's position at the public hearings concerning the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on the legal consequences of Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, at the Peace Palace in The Hague, Netherlands. Further, during the 62nd annual meeting of the ASEAN African Legal Consultative Organization, or ALCO, held in Bangkok, Thailand, several key topics were addressed, including its firm stance against Israel's violation of international law in the occupied Palestinian territories. Fourthly, in March 2024, the World Trade Organization, or WTO, panels had decided in favor of Malaysia in the case of the government of Malaysia against EU and several EU member states concerning palm oil and oil palm crop-based biofuels. And fifthly, AGC was also involved in the historic formulation and execution of the new public service circular called Sistem Saraan Perkhidmatan Awam SSPA to implement the new remuneration scheme for the public service. The law must not only be applied with wisdom, but with empathy and understanding for the unique needs of our people. One of the ways is by adjusting the law to be more human in its approach. That is by ensuring that the legal systems and processes reflect compassion, justice, and fairness while upholding human dignity and rights. The law should serve to protect and uplift individuals, especially those who are vulnerable or marginalized, rather than to be a tool of oppression or punishment. On 26 November 2024, prosecutors of AGC Sarawak visited Hospital Sentosa in Kuching, which is an eye-opening experience about the treatment for unsound mind. This experience helped the prosecutors to have better understanding on the procedure where accused is suspected to be of unsound mind under Section 342 of the CPC. AGC also believes the need to maintain healthy relationship with other law enforcement agencies. Hence, AGC Sabah had conducted an expectorate visit to Keningau District Police on 4th December 2024. A thorough discussion between PDRM and the Sabah prosecution team were held on issues concerning criminal investigation to ensure the investigation and prosecution proceed smoothly, fairly, and within the boundaries of the law. My lords, my ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, we have witnessed significant developments in the legal landscape. From advancement in technology and digital justice to our continuous efforts to improve access to legal services, we have shown resilience in adapting to the evolving needs of our society. The shift towards digital platforms has enabled us to continue serving the public while maintaining the integrity and accessibility of the judicial process. In this regard, aligned with the government digital transformation directive, AGC has developed an online system known as Modul Daftar Kertas Siasatan, or e-Daftar, and also Modul e-Representasi, or e-Rep. Apart from being environmentally friendly due to the paperless approach, digital case management systems allow for efficient tracking of cases from the initial investigation to the final verdict. These systems are equipped with alert features which will notify user through email should the time allocated for specific action be about to lapse or expire. e-Daftar is a system which enables enforcement agencies to register their criminal investigation papers online. As of early December 2024, this system has recorded over than 400,000 investigation papers and is currently being used in 10 states, 161 agencies, and by 391 TPPs. e-Rep will replace the manual process for handling representation submitted by lawyers. Lawyers will be automatically notified through emails, and the status of reps can be checked online. Besides that, AGC has also embarked on the case decision reporting system or LKKI-AGC, the LKKI-AGC system, which can be accessed from any device or location, ensure that reports of the lower court decisions are sent to the appellate and trial division for further instruction to the prosecutors regarding the next course of action at the appellate level. Additionally, in striving to modernize our daily operations with digital advancement, the AGC, through our civil division, had also looked into ways to expedite and facilitate the consent of the AG under subsection 9(1) of the Government Proceeding Act to institute a suit in relation to a public, religious, social or charitable trust in Peninsular Malaysia. Accordingly, we are pleased to share that we have successfully implemented online application via AGC's e-services portal for all requests related to the AG's consent under Section 9 of the said Act, starting from 1st August 2024, my lords, my ladies. In 2024, AGC celebrated warm memories and milestones, reflecting its rich history and ongoing commitment to legal service. Among the highlights were Persidangan Pegawai Undang-Undang 2024, which brought together 1,000 over AGC legal officers from across the country, was successfully held in August 2024. Secondly, we had the inaugural AGC Coffee Book Table entitled Journey Through Time from Kuala Lumpur to Putrajaya was also launched at the conference, which showcased AGC's journey, its milestone, and its contribution to the nation's legal development. Thirdly, we have also made a strategic move to send legal attaches to key international institutions, namely the Permanent Mission of Malaysia to the United Nations, New York, and the Embassy of Malaysia in The Hague, Netherlands. Efforts are also underway to place our officers in the Office of the Permanent Representative of Malaysia to the WTO in Geneva, Switzerland. And lastly, the AGC has taken the initiative to engage with the community by holding the Kampung Angkat Madani program at Kampung Jilid 8, Mungkin Bujang, Kuala Muda, Kedah, whereby the program exhibit the serious commitment of the Madani government to ensuring all walks of the rakyat would benefit from government development efforts. As we enter the new legal year, my lords, my lady, I am proud to share our plan in the coming year, 2025, including firstly, AGC is studying the need to establish the Appellate and Trial Division unit for Sabah and Sarawak for criminal appeals with experienced and highly skilled deputy public prosecutors, taking into account all factors. We hope that in the coming year, prosecutors will engage in lifelong learning by attending workshops, embracing new experience and new technologies. Secondly, the full implementation of e-daftar system to Sabah and Sarawak to ensure the smooth registration of investigation papers referred by all enforcement agencies to AGC. And lastly, my lords, my ladies, the relocation and upgrading of 7 district prosecutors' offices, including in Lahad Datu, Sabah, as an initiative to provide a convenient working environment for our officers across the state. I went to Lahad Datu a few times, my lord, my lady, to conduct series of discussion during the era of the intrusion from the Philippine intruders, those days, my lord, my lady. It was a very stunning experience, my lord, my lady. With that as my closing remarks, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all those who have contributed to the development of legal profession in Sabah and Sarawak. Let us embrace the future with hope, confidence, and the unwavering belief that we are capable of achieving great things. Before I end my speech, please allow me to recite 2 passages of pantun or Malay poem, but not in Iban. I think in Sarawakian language. Maybe somebody will translate, especially Datuk Sri Safri. You can translate to me. Rindok ati berdagang di satok. Is that right? Kapekan serian membeli peti. Rindok ati berambih di sitok. Budi tak kurang kam tetap di hati. Wait, this is the best part. Lada putih ikan siakap. Yes, I know ikan siakap. Ayam kampung bikin opo. Cukup sudah saya bercakap. Terima kasih Hino Kopo.
Sabar.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Finally, I wish all members of the legal fraternity and everyone present today a happy new year. Thank you, and may the year ahead be one of the continued growth and success for the legal community in Sabah, Sarawak and throughout Malaysia. Thank you. I oblige, Melody Malone.
Thank you, Datuk Muhammad Dasuki, Attorney General Malaysia. The Right Honourable Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, Chief Justice of Malaysia and spouse, Yang amat berbahagia Datuk Haji Zamani bin Haji Ibrahim, the Right Honourable Tan Sri Datuk Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal Malaysia, the Right Honourable Datuk Sri Hasnah binti Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya, the Honourable Datuk Muhammad Dasuki bin Mukhtar, Attorney General of Malaysia, Honourable Judges of the Federal Court, Right Honourable Datuk Haji Awang Suhaili bin Lady, Chief Judge of the Syari'i Court, Sarawak, Honourable Judges of the Court of Appeal, Honourable Members of the Judicial Appointments Commission, Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak and the High Court of Malaya, retired judges, the Honourable Datuk Zamri bin Bakar, Chief Registrar of the Federal Court of Malaysia, the Honourable Datuk Sri Safari bin Ali, State Attorney General of Sarawak, the Honourable Datuk Brandon Kitsoh, State Attorney General of Sabah, the Honourable Datuk Sri J.C. Fong, Legal Counsel of the Government of Sarawak, the Honourable Mr. Gubir Singh Sandhu, President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Nazim bin Madwarin, President of the Sabah Law Society, the Honourable Mr. Muhammad Azri bin Abdul Wahab, President of the Malaysian Bar, Presidents and delegates from foreign bar associations, Honourable academicians, registrars of the Chief Registrar's Office, heads and representatives of the federal and state departments and agencies, judicial and legal officers, members of the bar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning for the opening of the chapter of the legal year 2025. On behalf of the Malaysian judiciary in Sabah and Sarawak, I extend my warm welcome to every one of you, especially those who have traveled from afar to take part in this morning's event. For those from outside Sarawak, I hope you are having a good time in Kuching, Sarawak, land of the Hornbills. To the Right Honourable the Chief Justice of Malaysia Yang Amat Arif Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat and spouse, Yang Amat Bahagia Datuk Haji Zamani bin Haji Ibrahim, Yang Amat Arif Tan Sri Datuk Amar Abang Iskandar bin Abang Hashim, President of the Court of Appeal, and Yang Amat Arif Datuk Sri Hasnah binti Datuk Muhammad Hashim, Chief Judge of Malaya. Thank you for coming. It is an honour to have you with us here. To my learned sister Yang Amat Arif Datuk Sri Hasnah binti Datuk Muhammad Hashim, my heartiest congratulations on your recent appointment as the Chief Judge of Malaya. My congratulations also go to Yang Arif Datuk Haji Alwi bin Haji Abdul Wahab and Yang Arif Datuk Ismail bin Ibrahim on their recent appointments as judges of the Court of Appeal. A warm welcome to our new Judicial Commissioner, Yang Arif Puan Zaleha binti Muhammad Yusuf Pan, who is now stationed at the Kuching High Court. I wish all of you the best as you embark on these new milestones in your career. I would also like to extend my heartiest congratulations to Yang Bahagia Datuk Muhammad Dasuki bin Mokhtar on his recent appointment as the Attorney General of Malaysia. Last, but by no means the least, congratulations to Yang Bahagia Datuk Brandon Kitsoh on his appointment as Attorney General State of Sabah. During the opening of the legal year in Kota Kinabalu last year, I mentioned in my speech that my participation in the opening of the legal year 2024 was a walk down memory lane, recalling the first ever opening of the legal year that I attended in January 2009, barely 3 months after my appointment as Judicial Commissioner at the Kota Kinabalu High Court. That was 16 years ago. How time has passed us by. And here I am in Kuching today, marking my final appearance as Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak at the opening of a legal year for the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak. I cannot ask for a better finale. Participating in my first opening of the legal year in Sabah in 2009 as a Judicial Commissioner, and now, 16 years down the road, the last one in my own home state, Sarawak, and in my capacity as Chief Judge. Thank you. The proceedings this morning, therefore, holds a very special meaning in my career as a judge. Yang Arif, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has indeed been a privilege to serve as Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak. My heartfelt gratitude to Yang Amarif Tun CJ, my learned sister and brother judges, officers and staff of the Sabah and Sarawak courts for your unwavering support. For judges, officers and staff of the Sabah and Sarawak courts, much work remains to be done. Thank you for your steadfastness in upholding the rule of law and honoring your oaths of office. I have no doubt that you will continue to do so under the leadership of my predecessor. I congratulate the Attorney General's Chambers of Malaysia, the State Attorney General's Chambers of Sarawak and Sabah, as well as the President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak and the Sabah Law Society for their outstanding achievements over the past year. Thank you for your inspiring speeches delivered earlier. Additionally, I would like to take this moment to congratulate Mr. Gurveer Singh Sandhu on his re-election as President of the Advocates Association of Sarawak for the 24-26 term. I wish you every success. Mr. Nazim Madwarin, going by your inspiring speech, it seems that the Sabah Law Society has evolved into a congregation of samurai warriors. You have my best wishes, but here's a friendly word of caution with no disrespect intended. May you stay true to your promise, or else you risk committing seppuku, spelled as S-E-P-P-U-K-U. I do not have the heart to tell the audience what the Japanese word means in English. I will leave it to Mr. Google to provide the answer. As we enter 2025, it is important that we take time to reflect on the events of the past year. While we celebrate our achievements, we must acknowledge that there is always plenty of room for improvement. I am privileged to have witnessed the launch of the Sentencing Guidelines Calculator for Wildlife Crime on 19 April 2024 at the Kota Kinabalu Court Complex. This milestone represents the culmination of years of dedicated effort beginning in 2017 under the guidance of my predecessors who plodded on despite the challenges posed by COVID-19. I have encapsulated the purpose of these sentencing guidelines into the acronym CAP, which stands for Consistency, Appropriateness and Preservation. These guidelines are designed to ensure consistency in sentencing, provide a clear framework for determining suitable penalties, and support the conservation and preservation of wildlife, which thankfully is still in abundance in Sabah and Sarawak. In the face of rapid societal growth, it is crucial for the judiciary to remain relevant and embrace the latest technological advancement. I have been informed that the next phase of development involves collection of data on sentences using the sentencing guidelines calculator. Based on our projection, this data collection will be completed by the end of 2026, and hopefully in 2027, artificial intelligence or AI will be integrated into the sentencing guidelines calculator for wildlife crime. As I emphasized in my speech at the opening of the legal year for Sabah and Sarawak in Kota Kinabalu last year, the technology that we have requires continuous monitoring and improvement to ensure that they remain secure, convenient, and reliable for all stakeholders. We welcome constructive feedback from all parties on the effectiveness and efficacy of the system. In February 2024, we had the privilege of engaging with the school children of SK Bundu Tuhan in the district of Ranau, Sabah. We were honored to have with us during the trip Yang Ma'arif, the Chief Justice, Yang Ma'arif, President of the Court of Appeal, and Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Muhammad Zabidin bin Muhammad Diah, who was then the Chief Judge of Malaya. I must take this opportunity to congratulate our Chief Justice and her spouse, along with Datuk Zamri bin Haji Bakar, the Chief Registrar of the Federal Court, and the group of officers who successfully reached the peak of Mount Kinabalu in February last year. While it took longer for me to reach the peak, there is one life lesson that I should perhaps share with you. Sometimes it is not about how fast we go, but how determined we are in achieving our goals. I am sure you will agree with me that it would be expecting too much of a 65-year-old man like me to reach the summit in record time. Conquering the peak of the mystic mountain by someone who has zero climbing experience is no easy feat. It requires preparation, determination, and perseverance, not to mention perspiration. Siapa yang tidak percaya apa yang cakap tadi, kau cubalah kalau kau mau. Kalau kau berani. For those who have never been to the land below the wind, let me educate you that Sabahan do not normally use the word awak or kamu when communicating with you. It is always kau bah. It is spelled as K-A-U and not kau as kopi kau. They will address you as kau, no matter if you are a Tun or a Tan Sri. So don't get offended, Tun, if someone in the street calls you a kau. It is Sabahan's polite way of addressing you. I recall a story told by the former Chief Justice Tun Richard Malanjun, himself a Sabahan. At Tan Sri at the time, he was attending a function in Hong Kong and was addressed as Mr. Tan. They must have thought he was a Chinese. Coming back to Mount Kinabalu, I must say in all humility and subject to contradiction by anyone in this hall, I have reasonable grounds to believe that I may just be the luckiest 65-year-old dude in the whole of Sabah and Sarawak to have set foot on the summit without even a single day of training. I am told that ideally you need at least a month of physical training before you attempt the climb. So to those who are in the swinging 60s and beyond, please don't follow my footsteps. It is a dangerous precedent for sure. Obviously, overconfidence and sheer ignorance of the formidable nature of the mountain had gotten the better of me. Fortunately for me, all's well that ended well. Although it took me 3 days to recover from muscle pain, especially at my legs. I could hardly walk the morning after, and when I did, I could only move sideways. like a crab. Macam ketambah. My gut feeling is that Yang Ahmad Ibrahim Tun CJ had the same crab-like experience. But she's keeping very quiet about it. On a more serious note, I must place on record my appreciation to the court officers, one of whom I must mention, Puan Cindy Makjud of the Kota Kinabalu High Court, and rangers of the Sabah Parks who guided, supported and gave us encouragement throughout the ascent and descent. I consider myself as fortunate that during my tenure as Chief Judge of Sabah Sarawak, I witnessed unity and strong bond among officers and staff of the Sabah Sarawak Court, so evident during the Borneo Games 2024 held in Kuching last September. It was sheer joy for me to see them supporting and cheering each other on throughout the sports event, in the true spirit of sportsmanship. Well done, Sabah and Sarawak. Keep it that way. I'm also proud to see that the mobile court programs and the circuit sittings across Sabah and Sarawak continue to thrive in 2024. I thank the federal government for financing the programs through the 2025 budget. I commend judges and court officers who have shown total dedication in implementing the programs, not just last year, but over the years. Remember that access to justice needs to be extended beyond the walls of our court buildings and the comforts of our chambers. During the opening of the legal year in Putrajaya last year, the Right Honourable the Chief Justice of Malaysia, Yang Arif Tun Tunku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, emphasized the importance of mediation and encouraged all judges and officers within the Malaysian judiciary to embrace court-annexed mediation, or CAM, as one of the modes of alternative dispute resolution. The leadership stressed that mediation has become essential in managing the court's caseload, stating that, quote, hearing of cases via trial must be the last resort, close quote. Her leadership further urged judges not to hesitate in utilizing the mediation process and elaborated on the judiciary's perspective as follows, quote, additionally, judges must also be part of the mediation process, sitting as mediator, and should not shy away from the process. This is because judges are in the best position to persuade parties to resolve the dispute amicably by means of facilitative and or evaluative mediation. The Court-Annexed Mediation Committee is tasked to oversee the implementation of the same. Unlike other countries such as in England and Wales, there is presently no requirement for parties to undergo mediation prior to commencing an action in the Malaysian courts. As such, the judiciary strongly feels that the time has arrived to consider the implementation of pre-action mediation through pre-action mediation protocols. Towards this end, the Court-Annexed Mediation Committee is further tasked to study and revert on the same soon as possible. This should include requisite proposals on amendments to the relevant statute and or rules. Close quote. In line with this vision, the Managing Judge of CAM, Yang Arif Datuk Lim Chong Fong, issued a letter on 31st July 2024 outlining the key performance indicators, KPIs for all High Court judges, judicial commissioners and officers in managing mediation cases. We welcome this development. I am grateful to Arif Datuk Lim Chong Fong for taking the time to travel to Kota Kinabalu on 25th November last year to share his valuable insights on CAM. It is my hope that more refresher courses on CAM will be conducted in Sabah and Sarawak this year and the years to come. Law goes beyond law books. It has the power to mend broken or burnt bridges. CAM, for good measure, is an excellent mode of reconciliation process, helping parties to look beyond their legal rights and to find the way forward. It can also help preserve business relationships. This can only be achieved when judges and judicial officers are properly equipped, not just to address the rights of the parties, but also to address their concerns. I am pleased to learn that both the Borneo International Center for Arbitration and Mediation, or BICAM, and the Sarawak Institute of Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, SIADR, have been working diligently to provide courses related to alternative dispute resolutions, ADR. I am grateful that our judges and officers have had the opportunity to attend these courses. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Yang Bahagia Datuk Yu Jengki, a former Court of Appeal judge, on her new role as the chairperson of SIADR. I encourage all judges, officers, and all in the legal fraternity to equip themselves with the knowledge of ADR laws and regulations. The adoption of ADR in recent times reflects the industries, especially in construction, the need for a pragmatic and constructive approach to resolving disputes. Courts should perhaps be seen as the last resort for dispute resolution. It is my sincere hope that both BICAM and SIADR will continue to cultivate a conducive environment for resolving commercial disputes efficiently and cost-effectively. In addition to the courses organized by the Judicial Academy of Malaysia for judges and judicial commissioners, judges and officers are encouraged to participate in other legal courses to stay updated on the latest developments of the law. I am pleased to learn that the judges have been actively participating in knowledge-sharing activities throughout 2024. These platforms provide valuable opportunities for judges and officers to exchange ideas with other participants in an interactive environment. I hope such initiatives will continue in 2025. I must thank judges who have taken time out of their busy schedules to share their areas of expertise with members of the legal fraternity. Tomorrow, Yang Arif Professor Dr. Muhammad Johan Lee Kian Hao will be delivering a talk at the National Symposium on Islamic Banking, while Yang Arif Datuk Lim Hock Lang, Yang Arif Tuan Wong Siang Tung, and Yang Arif Tuan Leonard David Shim will share their insights on civil litigation. Thank you, Yang Arif. Yang Arif. Numerous activities were organized by the Sabah and Sarawak courts throughout 2024. And while time does not permit me to mention them all, it suffices to say that 2024 had been a truly fulfilling year for the judiciary in Sabah and Sarawak. Allow me now to trouble you with the performance of the Sabah and Sarawak courts over the past year. In 2024, the High Court of Sabah disposed of 76% of the registered civil cases and 65.2% of criminal cases, while in Sarawak, the High Court disposed of 73% of the registered civil cases and 49% of the criminal cases. In the Sessions Court of Sabah, 77.2% of registered civil cases and 82.96% of criminal cases were disposed of last year. In the Sessions Court, Sarawak, 69.78% of registered civil cases and 81.23% of criminal cases were disposed of. As for the magistrates' courts in Sabah, 81.13% of civil cases and 92.56% of criminal cases were disposed of. In the magistrates' court in Sarawak, 83.65% of the registered civil cases and 92.67% of criminal cases were disposed. This percentage of disposed of cases include those carried over from the previous years. To drive continuous improvement, our focus is on specific areas of enhancement. To achieve this, I have reminded all judges, judicial commissioners, and officers to closely monitor the progress of their cases. While it may not be possible in some instances to resolve cases within the timelines due to factors beyond the court's control, there are other areas where we can improve to ensure a more efficient way of this. opposing the cases without compromising on justice and fair play. Pre-trial case management, for instance, is a key factor that we must continuously work on to facilitate the smooth and expeditious disposal of cases. I am also taking this opportunity to urge all judges, judicial commissioners, and court officers in Sabah and Sarawak to deliver their grounds of decision in a timely and expeditious manner. Do remember that reasons for our decisions is our fundamental duty as judge or judicial officer. Decisions without reasons are nothing more than empty shells, hard on the outside but nothing inside. To my brothers, sister judges and court officers, my parting advice to you is to always administer justice without fear or favor, not just in words but in deed. To members of the legal fraternity, remember that as officers of the court, you too play a vital role in the administration of justice. As Datuk Muhammad Dusuki bin Mokhtar aptly mentioned in his speech, court law must not only be applied with wisdom, but with empathy and understanding for the unique needs of our people, close quote. On my part, I would encourage you to adhere to 4 principles which can be short formed as WISE. W for wisdom, I for integrity, S for self-discipline, E for empathy. Wisdom involves the ability to apply knowledge and experience in arriving at fair and just decision. For legal practitioners, it is not merely about following precedents, especially when drafting claims. It is also about understanding your client's concerns, staying updated on legal developments, and applying the law accordingly. Integrity is the foundation of the administration of justice, ensuring that the decisions are made with fairness, free from bias and external influences. Judges, lawyers, and all legal professionals must act with integrity by applying the law impartially, avoiding conflicts of interest, and ensuring that personal or external factors do not cloud your judgment. This also means adhering strictly to ethical standards, such as maintaining confidentiality and avoiding any form of corruption. Self-discipline is the ability to control one's emotion, impulses, and behavior in administering justice. It also requires punctuality in courts for judges, judicial commissioners, and legal practitioners alike. My advice is for you to take the court's time seriously and to respect proceedings. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. In administering justice, it is essential to recognize the human aspect of individuals involved in the legal process. The outreach programs and the mobile court initiatives that we have in Sabah and Sarawak are a testament to our empathy for society's needs, particularly for those who are unable to access justice due to logistical constraints. By being empathic, I do not mean it as to allow your emotions to dictate your decisions. Rather, it involves an understanding and the realization of how your decisions might affect the lives of those who seek justice for you. Empathy leads to greater compassion, particularly for vulnerable groups such as children and victims of abuse. By embodying these WISE principles, the legal fraternity can, in my humble opinion, ensure that justice is not only done but seen to be done with fairness, respect, and compassion. Distinguished guests, the foundation of justice can only be strengthened if we stand united. Regardless of the role you play in the legal profession, we must work together to achieve our common goal, which is to uphold justice. While 2025 may present us with new challenges, I am confident that the legal fraternity in Sabah and Sarawak can reach even greater heights if we are committed to working together. Let me echo the words of the Right Honourable the Chief Justice of Malaysia, Damaharif Tun Tengku Maimun Tuan Mat, when her ladyship gave the following parting advice at the opening of the legal year in Putrajaya 2 days ago. Quote, all of us who are serving as judges, practicing at the bar or even serving in public service will one day slow down to the point where we cannot carry out our current duties either due to law or by age. Let us retire gracefully and happily, knowing full well that we left the institution far better than we found it. We should gladly sit from afar and beam proudly at its growth rather than viewing it with concern that the judicial institution will turn into nothing but a mere shell of its former glory. Close quote. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for the opening of the legal year, led by the Registrar of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak, the Registrar of the Subordinate Courts of Sabah and Sarawak, and the Director of the State Court of Sarawak for their dedication and untiring work in ensuring this event was a memorable experience for all of us. I also thank the Chief Registrar, Yang Bahagia Datuk Zamri bin Haji Bakar, for his exceptional effort in supporting us to ensure the success of this event in Kuching. I humbly ask for your understanding and to accept my apologies for any shortcomings in the organization of this year's OLY for the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak. Allow me to conclude my speech with a poem titled Court of Justice by Muhammad Muzammil. In the court of justice, hope is found for those who seek justice all around. The victims with tears in their eyes find solace and peace under their skies. A fair and impartial forum to be, where justice is served and all can see. The judge and jury, they all know the pain and suffering that victims show. For those who have been wronged and hurt, the court provides a place to assert rights and seek redress for all. The harm they have suffered, big or small. Through the journey, though the journey may be long and tough, the Court of Justice provides enough chance to heal and a chance to thrive for those who seek justice to come alive. So let us all work towards this goal, to ensure justice for every soul, for hope and healing to all extent, and a brighter future for all to be friends. Let us begin 2025 with renewed strength and finish the year with even greater resilience. I wish all of you and your family a fulfilling and prosperous year ahead. To those who celebrate the Chinese New Year in 19 days, I extend my heartfelt wishes for a blessed and joyful celebration in advance. May God bless you all. I now declare the legal year 2025 for Sabah and Sarawak open.
Announcing the departure of the Right Honourable Chief Justice of Malaysia, the Right Honourable President of the Court of Appeal of Malaysia, the Right Honourable Chief Judge of Malaya, the Right Honourable Chief Judge of Sabah and Sarawak, the Honourable Judges and Judicial Commissioners of the High Court of Sabah and Sarawak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the open court proceeding. As we bring this momentous occasion to a close, and on behalf of the Committee of the Sabah and Sarawak Opening of Legal Year 2025, we would like to convey our heartfelt gratitude to all those in attendance today. We warmly invite you to join us for the refreshment which will be served in the function room located at level 2. Thank you and all the best for the year of 2025.
Okey, baik, bertemu kembali kita dalam dialog TVS HAL sempena Majlis Pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah Sarawak 2025. Kita telah pun bersiaran seawal jam 6.45 pagi tadi, Najib, dan tadi usai sudah ucapan Majlis Pembukaan di mana ada 6 ucapan yang dibentangkan yang daripada Presiden Persatuan Peguam Bela Sarawak Tuan Gubir Singh Sandu, seterusnya diikuti oleh Presiden Persatuan Undang-Undang Sabah Tuan Muhammad Nazim Madwarin, dan diikuti oleh Peguam Besar Sarawak Yang Ma'arif Datuk Safri Ali, dan seterusnya Peguam Besar Negeri Sabah Datuk Brandon Kesuh, dan juga diikuti Hakim Besar Sabah Sarawak Tan Sri Abdul Rahman Sabri, dan juga Peguam Negara Datuk Dusuki Mokhtar. Jadi apabila kita melihat ke enam ucapan ini, tuan-tuan, kita nak menyentuh mengenai dengan di Pejabat Peguam Negara, di mana antara 5 kejayaan yang disentuh oleh Datuk Dusuki adalah mengenai isu kewarganegaraan. Kita semua sedia maklum, isu kewarganegaraan ini telah lama dibicarakan, tetapi kenapa baru sekarang dapat diselesaikan? Mungkin Tuan boleh ulas sedikit dan beri pemahaman kepada penonton.
Di bahagian Jabatan Peguam Negara, kami memainkan peranan penting dalam memastikan terdapatnya pindaan ke atas peruntukan yang terbabitlah. Kenapa isu ini baru diketengahkan sekarang? Sebenarnya pihak kami telah menangani isu ini lama. Tetapi sebelum kita berani untuk melakukan satu perubahan, kami memerlukan satu kaji selidik. Kami perlu mendalami isu ini. Jadi disebabkan beberapa perkara perlu diambil kira, dan pada tahun lepas kami berjayalah untuk merealisasikan satu pindaan kepada peruntukan kewarganegaraan ini, di mana satu orang kanak-kanak yang lahir selepas hari kemerdekaan oleh seorang ibu warga negara boleh diberikan ke taraf kewarganegaraan Malaysia lah. Itu disebabkan itulah kita baru sekarang kita ketengahkan dan kita ambil tindakan untuk memindah peruntukan tersebut.
Dan tadi juga diucapkan sebenarnya Najib ada 5 kejayaan yang ditengahkan oleh program negara setelah tadi yang dapat dicapai pada tahun 2024. Tadi dah diucapkan kepada pejabat peguam negara.
Ya, betul.
Okey, baik, itu berkenaan dengan peguam negara.
Ya.
Sekarang turut berucap tadi ialah Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak, Datuk Seri Sapri Ali, dan mungkin kalau boleh kita sentuh pada Encik Azrul. Antara yang dibangkitkan oleh Datuk Seri Sapri tadi ialah berkenaan dengan kejayaan Sarawak untuk meluluskan ordinans baru berkenaan dengan hydrogen, environment, green environment dan juga port authority yang turut mencipta sejarah. Jadi itu dikaitkan dengan MA63, MA63. Mungkin dari bagi pihak yang memainkan peranan besar saya kira dalam pejabat Peguam Negeri Sarawak, AG Negeri Sarawak. Mungkin boleh Tuan Azrul kongsikan kejayaan yang telah dipetik oleh Datuk Seri Sapri tadi.
Okey, seperti yang telah dimaklumkan dalam speech Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak tadi, Yang Arif Datuk Seri Sapri, dia telah mengatakan sedikit sebanyak kejayaan yang telah dicapai oleh Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak. Of course dia tak semualah. Kita ada time limit dalam speech tersebut. Tapi antaranya yang telah dikatakan adalah berkenaan hidrogen, berkenaan dengan ports, berkenaan dengan CCUS. Lepas tu dia ada juga mengatakan sedikit atau menjelaskan sedikit kejayaan di bawah MA63. Sebenarnya semua ni ada kaitan dengan MA63. Tapi yang kita harus melihat dan mengkaji adalah bila dia petik satu kes Muhammad Tufail. Kat situ dia ada jaminannya yang mengatakan bahawa kenapa sebab Sarawak dan Sabah bersetuju untuk membentuk Malaysia, disebabkan telah diberikan jaminan dan safeguard atau assurances, dan di bawah cabaran tersebut termasuklah kuasa-kuasa autonomi kita. Jadi dengan menggunakan kuasa tersebut, Sarawak pun telah ada rancangan yang kehadapan, which is our post-COVID development strategy 2030. Bagi melonjakkan development of Sarawak ke arah renewable energy. Sebab tu kalau kita lihat banyak perundangan yang kita lepaskan yang telah berjaya dibentangkan dan di Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak berkenaan dengan environment. Kalau kita lihat kita punya yang telah disebutkan tadi, Natural NREO atau Natural Resources and Environmental Ordinance telah dibubarkan, telah diperluaskan kuasa tersebut, dan antara kuasa-kuasa tersebut adalah berkenaan dengan schedule waste, perkara yang sebelum ini telah dipegang oleh Kajian Persekutuan tapi telah diambil alih balik semula oleh Kajian Sarawak melalui proses perundingan MA63. Termasuk juga kita punya ports, Bintulu Port kita ambil semula sebab kita nak integrate semua ports kita bawah satu authority. Ini semua rancangan bagi mempercepatkan lagi development Sarawak. Kita ada rancangan untuk memastikan Sarawak merupakan satu region yang hebat di dalam Malaysia, sebab majunya Sarawak, majunya Malaysia. Di situ kita tengok apa pentingnya perjuangan MA63 ini bagi membangunkan Sarawak untuk kebaikan rakyat Sarawak.
Okey, baik, mungkin kalau boleh saya follow up sikit. Apakah kepentingan Sarawak having this new ordinance ini ada yang mengatakan ianya seolah-olah untuk safeguard our interest first. Kita cover dululah, kita buatlah ordinance ni supaya nanti tak boleh dicabar dari peringkat undang-undang. Mungkin itu antara penyebabnya.
Kita tak boleh nak mengatakan bahawa itulah the only consideration yang kita ada. Kita kena lihat bahawa suasana di Sarawak berbeza sedikit daripada negeri lain di Semenanjung. We have our own culture, we have our own tradition, we have our own development strategies. Kita pun terletak across the South China Sea, right? Kita punya situasi berbeza. Sebab bila situasi kita berbeza, strategi pun kena berbeza sedikit. Jadi dengan perundangan sendiri, kita dapat mengawal selia our resources according to our needs and wants. Jadi kat situ pentingnya kita ada perundangan ini untuk membolehkan kita merancang dan mengawal resources kita.
Okay, daripada ke-6 ucapan yang dibentangkan tadi, apakah konklusi sebenarnya Tuan Filani yang boleh kita lihat untuk moving forward, yang boleh diperjelaskan?
Memetik apa yang Datuk Peguam Negara cakap, konklusi dia senang saja. Apa yang cuba diketengahkan adalah Datuk Peguam Negara ingin mengatakan bahawa kami ada, Jabatan Peguam Negara ada. Okay? Kami lebih daripada kami bersedia untuk memastikan sistem perundangan dan kehakiman kita bukan sahaja boleh diakses kepada pihak-pihak tertentu, tetapi kepada rakyat secara global, secara keseluruhan. Dan kami bersedia untuk memainkan peranan kami. Di mana kalau kita dengar apa yang Datuk Peguam Negara ceritakan, kami telah melakukan dan memainkan peranan kami sebelum, semasa dan akan datang. Jadi secara konklusinya senang kita rumuskan bahawa intipati ucapan daripada Datuk Peguam Negara adalah kesiapsiagaan Jabatan Peguam Negara untuk memainkan peranan penting untuk tahun 2020.
Okey, baik. Tuan Mano, mungkin dari pihak mahkamah itu sendiri, saya tidak berapa pasti sama dia hanya berkaitan direct dengan pihak mahkamah, tapi cuma seperti yang telah kita sedia ketahui, Tun Tengku Maimun, Ketua Hakim Negara akan mengundur diri Julai ataupun Jun, kalau tak silap saya. Mungkin kalau boleh kita kongsikan tata cara pelantikan itu bagaimana? Bagaimana tata cara pelantikan itu di peringkat persekutuan, dan kemudiannya mungkin Tuan Nazrul boleh kongsikan untuk di peringkat Sarawak pun.
Kalau untuk pelantikan Hakim Mahkamah Atasan, Hakim Mahkamah Atasan ini termasuk Hakim Mahkamah Tinggi, Mahkamah Rayuan dan Mahkamah Persekutuan. Jadi pelantikan dia akan proses dia akan dimulakan dengan pencalonan oleh Suruhanjaya Pelantikan Kehakiman. Dan pencalonan itu akan disampaikan kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri, dan Perdana Menteri akan menasihati Yang di-Pertuan Agong untuk melantik calon yang telah dinasihatkan, dan macam itulah prosesnya.
Adakah calon yang dipilih ini berdasarkan senioriti, kekananan di dalam bidang ini, kehakiman
dalam institusi
itu?
Ada beberapa kriteria yang kita kena lihat, tapi yang paling penting adalah integriti untuk seseorang individu itu, dan juga pengalaman dan pengetahuan undang-undang. Jadi perkara-perkara ini penting untuk seorang Ketua Hakim Negara ataupun seorang hakim yang akan dilantik. Yang itu adalah berdasarkan Akta Suruhanjaya Pelantikan Kehakiman yang mana telah membuat satu komisen Suruhanjaya pada tahun 2009. Jadi sebelum 2009 kita tiada Suruhanjaya. Sebelum ni hakim akan dilantik oleh Yang Bertuan Agong atas nasihat Perdana Menteri selepas berbincang dengan Ketua Hakim Negara pada masa itu. Jadi selepas ada akta, kita dah ada Suruhanjaya untuk memastikan proses itu bebas daripada gangguan. Untuk di peringkat negeri pula bagaimana tu?
Kalau kita mengatakan atau berkenaan dengan hakim atasan, proses dia sama saja. Tapi kalau kita melihat daripada pelantikan JC atau Judicial Commissioner, TYT atau yang di Pertua Negeri ada main peranan di sini, di mana beliau akan memberi cadangan, juga akan memberi cadangan calon-calon kepada Ketua Hakim Sabah Sarawak, Ketua Hakim Mahkamah Tinggi Sabah dan Sarawak, dan nama tersebut akan diangkatkan kepada JSC. JSC akan buat tapisan dan sama juga akan dibawa kepada Perdana Menteri untuk menasihati Yang di-Pertuan Agong atas pelantikan tersebut. Kalau tak silap saya lah.
So mungkin Sarawak lebih straightforward sikit.
Dia rasa dia lebih kurang sama. Cuma sebab kita kena lihat di mana pelantikan tersebut. Di sini Sabah Sarawak kita kena involvekan TYT kita. Di negeri lain mungkin raja-raja ada main kat peranan sedikit. Jadi kita lihat, tapi proses asas tu pemilihan dia sama je. Sebab dia ada dalam perlembagaan. Kita kena ikut proses tersebut.
Ya, perkara 122B.
Ya.
Perkara 122B, Perlembagaan Persekutuan mengatakan bahawa lantikan ke Hakim Mahkamah Atasan ini adalah di atas nasihat Perdana Menteri selepas berunding dengan Majlis Raja-Raja.
So ada peranan Majlis Raja-Raja di sini?
Ya, ada juga peranan.
Saya tarik Najib sebenarnya atas kejayaan yang dicapai di Jabatan Peguam Negara sendiri yang berkaitan antaranya isu kewarganegaraan yang kita sedia maklum. Saya berbalik kepada soalan tadi sebenarnya. Kita sedia maklum telah lama isu ini dibicarakan, dibincangkan dan akhirnya mencapai kejayaan pada tahun lepas.
Betul.
Sebenarnya dalam sesuatu keputusan yang diambil sebenarnya Tuan, adakah ia melibatkan political will sebenarnya ataupun bagaimana?
Untuk kita datang kepada satu solusi yang mantap, yang mampan, dia memerlukan satu penyelidikan yang sangat panjang. Kita kena take into consideration banyak faktor. Macam contoh masyarakat itu sendiri di negeri Sarawak itu sendiri. Kalau compare Sabah dengan Sarawak, isu citizenship ni lebih kepada Sabah punya isu lagi lah. Jadi ini sangat-sangat bergantung kepada isu-isu beberapa faktor yang lain.
Baik. Saya kira sudah cukuplah masa untuk kita rangkumkan speeches ini ataupun semua intipati ucapan tadi sah. Akhir kalam akhir kalam sudah kita di peringkat akhir kalam ini. Mungkin Tuan Romano sendiri
terbicara,
apakah harapan mungkin, apakah perancangan mungkin untuk OLSS yang tahun depan pula, apakah ada perkembangan soalan-soalan bocor berkenaan
di Sabah
OLSS pada tahun hadapan, perancangannya mungkin?
Kalau mengikut apa yang saya lihat dari gimmick tadi, burung kejalang terbang ke Gunung Kinabalu. Jadi maksud dia kita akan balik ke Sabah lah untuk next OLSS. Tapi tempat dia saya tidak berapa pasti lagi.
Dasang mungkin?
Jauh. Tetapi kalau berdasarkan tradisi, memandangkan Hakim Besar Yang Amat Arif Hakim Besar Sabah Sarawak akan bakal berpencen tidak lama lagi dan akan ada pengganti. Kebiasaannya kita akan melakukan majlis OLSS di HQ dan HQ adalah di Kota Kinabalu Sabah untuk masing.
Okey. Baik, saya kira ini satu pengalaman yang cukup hebat.
Betul.
Buat saya sendiri, personally.
Dan saya
satu
juga.
Pengalaman yang cukup hebat untuk membuat liputan OLSS ini. Dan saya cukup berbangga hari ini berjaya melakukan liputan pada hari ini bersama dengan rakan setugas saya ini. Dan kejayaan ini saya kira tidak mampu kita lakukan tanpa kehebatan gentleman ini.
Terima kasih kepada tuan-tuan yang budiman. Tuan Muhammad Azrul Azlan, Peguam Negeri Jabatan Peguam Besar Negeri Sarawak. Di tengah itu Tuan Romanio Jonoi, Magistrat Mahkamah Magistrat Sibu, Pejabat Ketua Pendaftar Mahkamah Persekutuan Malaysia, dan juga Tuan Muhammad Filani CG, Timbalan Pendakwa Raya Jabatan Peguam Negara Malaysia. Terima kasih kerana sudi bersama kami seawal pagi tadi sehingga ke jam ini untuk bersama-sama kita merungkai, menerangkan, memahamkan dan juga yang berkaitan dengan majlis pembukaan Tahun Perundangan Sabah Sarawak 2025. Terima kasih.
Baik, jadi saya kira itu saja masa yang kita ada untuk ini. Teruskan bersama dengan Dialog TVS untuk topik-topik yang lain pula untuk untuk minggu-minggu yang akan berdatang.
Terima kasih juga kepada penonton di rumah kerana setia bersama kami sejak awal pagi tadi.
Semoga mendapat manfaat semuanya.
Betul, insya-Allah.
Dengan itu saya teman anda hari ini Najib Imran
dan saya Karonisa Kasdun. Mohon maaf jika ada salah dan silap. Dengan itu sekian dulu buat masa ini. Terus setia bersama kami di saluran 122. Ini Dialog TVS, pentas diskusi anda. Assalamualaikum.
Raise our case.
Dan salam hormat. Jumpa lagi.